그러죠. 재기를 위해서 화이팅!
지금부터 제6회
We will now begin the 6th Asia Cruise Award ceremony. The Asia Cruise Award selects members of the industry who have contributed to the development of Asia's cruise industry to congratulate and encourage their efforts and achievements. This year, to encourage the efforts led by members of the cruise industry to overcome difficulties in such a dire time, Special Achievement Award is to be presented. The selection committee conducted a review based on the letters of recommendation sent directly to the Secretariat by member organizations. Who or which organizations do you think have contributed to the resumption and development of the Asian cruise industry, which has been stagnant due to COVID-19? Before awarding the selected members, we have Ms. Chi Ling, who is the Vice President of Shanghai International Cruise Economic Research Center, and she will convey her welcoming remarks. Greetings, this is Chi Ling from Shanghai International Cruise Business Institute. As chairperson of this year's Asia Cruise Special Achievement Award Selection Committee, I am honored to be able to congratulate the recipients and organizations. We also express our tribute to all of you who have made significant contributions to the cruise industry in Asia. As the COVID-19 situation continues from 2020 until now, the global cruise industry has gone through a long recession. About 500 cruise ships were suspended from operation, and the cruise economy was hit hard. Fortunately, there are people who have worked relentlessly for the cruise industry, not only in Asia, but also around the world. There are people who have put all their efforts into revitalizing the cruise economy. Recently, the global cruise industry is slowly recovering, and cruise operations in each region of Asia are being resumed gradually, thanks to your efforts in the cruise industry. These achievements were possible because you have endeavored to overcome difficulties for the development of the cruise industry. Today, I would like to propose to rebuild trust in the Asian cruise market by continuing to work hand in hand to explore the path of recovery and development of the cruise industry. Let's gather our wisdom and strength for the recovery of the cruise economy and the healthy and sustainable development of cruise tourism. Finally, I wish the successful hosting of this award. Thank you. Thank you for your welcoming remarks. Your message of hope encouraging everyone in the industry to work together for the recovery and promotion of the cruise industry was truly inspiring. I'm sure that everyone is probably wondering who has been nominated this year. We will now start awarding the Asia Cruise Awards. The first award will be awarded by Director Im Chul-ja of Jeju Special Self-Governing Province. Director Ja, please come up to the podium. Hello, I'm Im Chul-ja, the Director of Marine Industry Department of the Jeju Special Self-Governing Province. With high hopes for reviving the cruise industry in 2022, I will now announce the winning team. The first award goes to an organization, the 6th Asia Cruise Awards Special Achievement Award. Congratulations, Genting Cruise Line. Congratulations. Genting Cruise Lines is known as the world's first international cruise company to resume cruise operations that were suspended due to COVID-19. After starting island hopping tours in Taiwan in July 2020, it resumed cruise operation in Singapore in November of the same year without a port of call. From July 2021, Genting again succeeded to operate cruise ships in Hong Kong without a port of call. Congratulations again. And thank you, Director Ja. We will now hear from Genting Cruise Lines.
On behalf of Genting Cruise Lines, I'm honored to accept the ACLN Special Achievement Awards this year, and I would like to thank the members of the ACLN and the selection committee members for bestowing us with this very special distinction. As I'm sure you all know, the past nearly 2 years have been especially hard on travel and tourism, with the cruise industry one of the worst affected, and it is encouraging to see the beginnings of our industry revival taking place in various regions around the world. In Asia, we are proud to have been the first international cruise company to resume operations with Dream Cruises, restarting cruises in Taiwan in July 2020. Since then, we have also been the first cruise company to restart in Singapore in November 2020, and in Hong Kong in July this year. We have worked extremely hard to review, revise, and enhance our health and hygiene protocols to ensure the safest environment for our guests and crew, and have collaborated with DNV, the largest classification society in the world, to develop the certification in infection prevention for the maritime industry, and was the first cruise company to be certified. And we have been in constant contact with various destinations and potential home ports throughout this process in order to continue the safe resumption of cruises when the time is right. We greatly appreciate that these efforts have been recognized by the Acln, and we look forward to continuing to help with the rehabilitation of cruise industry in the future. On behalf of Genting Cruise Line, thank you once again for this great honor.
네,
Thank you, President Kenju, for your acceptance speech. We look forward to the active and progressive achievements of Genting Cruises. Next, the second awardee for the Special Achievement Award. I have the honor to present the next award as the Secretary General of ACLN. The 6th Asia Cruise Awards Special Achievement Award goes to an individual, Dr. Gina Liu, the Managing Director of China and Asia for Royal Caribbean Group. Congratulations. As the leader of one of the most prominent liners of the world, Dr. Jian Liu led the efforts to resuming cruise operations in Asia. Dr. Jian Liu is a strong supporter of the development of the Asian cruise industry and is perceived as an expert in the industry with an open mind, making contributions not only to the company but also to the industry. We will now have Dr. Jian Liu.
It's really an honor to receive this Special Achievement Award of Asia Cruises. Thank you, Acln, for this award, and I deeply appreciate the honor to receive this award. I see this award is not only for myself, it is for my company, Royal Caribbean International. Over the last 15 years, Asia is the fastest growing regional cruise market in the world. And we literally grew from ground zero and to one of the third largest regional sales market following North America and Europe. And during the pandemic, the global cruise industry, including the regional Asia cruise market, met with the precedented challenge. Now, the world is moving and the global industry has returned to service gradually. 2/3 of our fleet has returned to service. And by the spring of next year, we expect the global cruise industry will return to service, and except Asia. In Asia, we are behind the development of the whole world, and except in Singapore and Hong Kong, China, that the industry has not returned to service yet. And we really need to work together to make this happen. We need a clear pathway for return to service, for a healthy return to service. Cruise ships are safe, as proven by the process that is undergoing all over the world. And also, I hope we can take this opportunity to resume the cruises between China and South Korea. And the South Korea, as a destination market and a country, play a special role over the last 15 years. And we need South Korea to play this role again. And thank you again for the special award. Thank you for all of you.
네, 진한류 대표님 다시
Congratulations once again, Dr. Jinan Ryu. We will now move on to the third award. From Jeju Cruise Industry Association, Chairman Young-Chul Lim, please come forward to the podium. The Jeju Cruise Industry Association is in charge of operating the ACLN Secretariat as it was commissioned by the Jeju provincial government. Hello. Nice to meet you. I am Im Young-chul, Chairman of the Jeju Cruise Industry. It is an honor to announce the next winner. I wish for the successful hosting of Acln Day and Asia Cruise Awards. I will now announce the next winner. Special Achievement Awards goes to Director Annie Chang of Singapore Tourism Board. Congratulations. As Singapore Tourism Board's Director of Cruise, Annie has not only towed the growth of the cruise industry in Singapore, but also served a variety of areas as a coordinator leading the industry in South Asia, especially when cruising was halted worldwide due to COVID-19 pandemic. Annie spearheaded the efforts to instill consumer confidence with the introduction of the world's first cruise safe program and rigorous audit and certification measures on safety and hygiene implemented for all cruise ships approved to sail from Singapore. As a result, in the last 1 year, Singapore has successfully completed over 250 sailings to date, carrying more than 340,000 passengers. Annie has successfully realized the cruise resumption in Singapore and is considered as a leader who will drive the Asian cruise industry's strong growth potential. Thank you, Chairman Lim. We will now hear from Director Annie Chang.
Hello all. It is an honor and privilege to receive this award. I would like to thank the members of ACLN for recognizing the efforts of Singapore in helping to keep a lifeline open to the cruise industry during the challenging COVID times. Now that ports are reopening in the US and Europe and the industry is steaming ahead, it is my desire to see ports in Asia reopening and for the vibrancy to return. We look forward to more collaboration and partnerships in Asia so that we can once again be an exciting cruising playground. Thank you.
네.
Thank you, Director Annie Chang of the Singapore Tourism Board, for your acceptance remarks. It was a short clip, but I believe it fully delivered her gratitude towards ACLN and the cruise industry. Let's meet the next presenter. I would like to invite Director Lim Bok-soon of the Korea International Cruise Institute. Nice to meet you, everyone. I am Lim Bok-soon, the director of the Korea International Cruise Institute. I would like to announce the winner of the 6th Asia Cruise Award Special Achievement Award. And I am very glad to be awarding the winner of the 6th Asia Cruise Award Special Achievement Award. It is an institution. Shanghai International Cruise Business Institute, congratulations. Congratulations. Thank you, Ms. Lim Bok-soon. The Shanghai International Cruise Business Institute is a research think tank jointly developed by Shanghai Engineering and Technology University and Shanghai Osonggu Development Co., Ltd. We have established a research platform to provide consulting for policy decision-making, of which the government companies, universities, research institutes, and users work together. We are becoming the platform for research on the cruise economy by publishing various reports related to the Chinese cruise industry. From now on, we would like to listen to the award receiver remarks. Nice to meet you, everyone. I am Chu Ling from the Shanghai International Cruise Business Institute. It is a great honor for SICBI to receive this year's Asia Cruise Special Achievement Award. Thank you to ACLN for recommending and recognizing us. As a global think tank, SICBI has been actively leading the development of the cruise industry despite the pandemic and pursuing the organization of a disease prevention community. We have been doing in-depth research about when to resume cruise operations, the impact of the pandemic, and we've also been participating in drafting disease preventative guidelines. By continuing to report on the cruise trends, we have provided information to the governments and cruise companies to help them shape plans to restore the cruise industry. Receiving the Asia Cruises Special Achievement Award means that SICBI's contribution to the cruise industry is acknowledged, but I think it is also an encouragement as well as a message telling us to do better. We will continue to look forward with a global perspective in the future. We will fulfill our mission in the cruise industry. By continuing to serve as a world-class think tank, we will contribute to the healthy and sustainable development of the cruise industry. Finally, I would like to take the opportunity to thank my colleagues. SICBI has been honored with this award today, thanks to your support throughout the years. There is a saying in China that one tree alone cannot make a forest. We hope that the cruise industry will experience a full recovery and make a quantum leap forward, not only in Asia, but also globally through close cooperation with our colleagues from the industry and by collecting resources as well as wisdom. Thank you very much. Thank you, Chu Ling, for your remarks. So I believe that it's important that we have specialized research that support our industry. So we would like to have your cooperation as well. So we would like to have the next speaker. We would like to invite Mr. Baek Hyun from Lotte Tour Development. Nice to meet you, everyone. I am Baek Hyun of Lotte Tour Development. Our company has also received the award back in 2017, and today I am very glad to be one of the presenters at the Asia Cruise Awards. As one of the members, we will continue to support the revitalization and success of the Asian cruise industry. The 6th Asia Cruise Award Special Achievement Award goes to the Tianjin International Cruise Home Port President, Dai Ming. Congratulations. Congratulations. Thank you very much, Mr. Baek Hyun. President Dai Ming has been at the forefront to revitalize the cruise industry by cooperating with government ministries and committing to improve service and quality as a veteran in ship operation, port operation, investment attraction. Thank you very much. Congratulations. We would like to hear the remarks from Mr. Dai Ming. Distinguished Director General Su Kyung-kang, Deputy Director Chu Ling, distinguished guests, and ladies and gentlemen, it is a great honor to be given the Special Achievement Award today. I would like to thank you for acknowledging my contribution to the industry. This award is the result of the Tianjin Port Group overcoming difficulties and continuing to move upward. It is also a recognition of the hard work of the Chinese cruise industry as well. We would like to thank the Acln Secretariat for such meticulous preparation of this competition. We would also like to thank the jury committee for their high evaluation of our company's role. Jeju's Special Self-Governing Province, Jeju Cruise Industry Association, Secretary General Su Kyung-kang, President Young Chul-lim, and former Secretary General Kim Egan. Thank you for your contribution to China-Korea cruise exchanges and the development of cruises in Asia. In 2020, the Asian cruise industry has experienced unprecedented difficulties due to the unexpected pandemic. We would like to thank each cruise terminal in Asia, cruise travel agencies, cruise associations, cruise research institutes, and cruise companies for their efforts to resume cruise operations. And we would also like to pay tribute to our cruise industry colleagues who have maintained their operations. We are gathered here today thanks to your passion. We are far apart from each other, but we share our thoughts. I hope that we can continue to be brave and work hard. We will be able to entirely resume cruise operations. Winter will eventually end. If we could advance the cruise industry, we will have the power to move forward. The pandemic will eventually pass. Cruises and terminals will again be as lively as they used to be. We wish for a speedy recovery of the Asian cruise market. I wish the development of ACLN. I wish you all good health and luck. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Tai Ming. Tai Ming has been at the forefront to revitalize the cruise industry, and he has created a video having the past activities of ACLN. Now we would like to announce the final winner. So Mr. Kim Egan, the former Secretary General of ACLN, will be announcing the final winner of today's awards. Nice to meet you, everyone. I am Kim Egan, the former Secretary General of ACLN. It is an honor to present an award today, and I am very glad to see all of you here at the Asian Cruise Awards again. Due to the pandemic, the Asian cruise industry has been shut down for a while, and in order to reopen our industry, I believe this is an award that is giving awards to all the organizations and all the members who are working so hard. So from now on, I would like to announce the final winner, which is Incheon Port Authority. Congratulations. Thank you very much, Mr. Kim. So we're very nice. We're very happy to see you again. So Incheon Port Authority is working hard to build the largest cruise port in Korea and achieve the goal of attracting 5 million marine tourism passengers. We look forward to further development after the pandemic. Congratulations. We would like to watch the video from Mr. Kim Jong-gil. Hello everyone, I am Jong-gil Kim, the Vice President of Operations of Incheon Port Authority. It is a great pleasure to meet all members of the Asia Cruise Leaders Network who are joining us today to discuss the advancement of the Asian cruise industry. It is a great honor for Incheon Port Authority to receive the Special Achievement Award at the 6th Asia Cruise Awards, and I would like to express my gratitude to all member organizations. Incheon Port Authority has been looking forward to the continuous development of the cruise industry and has been striving to make Incheon Port into a base for marine tourism in the Pan-Yellow Sea region. Through the International Pier Construction Project that was conducted for 7 years since 2012, a 225,000-ton cruise pier and a cruise terminal were built in 2019. In addition, Incheon Port Authority has set 4 major management goals for 2030 to attract 5 million marine tourism passengers and is continuing to actively create domestic and international cruise tourism demand based on high-quality marine tourism infrastructure. The cruise industry has suffered an unprecedented crisis due to the pandemic. But a new type of tourism, such as not letting the passengers disembark or having preventative measures against the pandemic taken on the cruise ship for safe travel, is giving way for the cruise industry to embark once again. I believe that your efforts from the Asian cruise industry are proving the strong resilience of the cruise industry. Incheon Port also promises to do its best to build an infectious disease safe system for terminal facilities and to enhance satisfaction of the passengers whom we will be welcoming again soon. Once again, thank you for awarding us with the Asia Cruise Award Special Achievement Award, and I sincerely hope that the day will soon arrive when we can all meet in person again in good health. Thank you all and see you again. Thank you, Mr. Jong-gi Kim, for the award receiving remarks. In order to grow, I thank you for the remarks, telling us that you are working hard to play an important role in the region. So today, at the 6th Asia Cruise Awards, awards were given to 6 individuals. In addition to the award winners, there are many people around us who have contributed to the revitalization and development of the Asia cruise industry. I believe these hidden efforts are the energy that keeps our industry sailing. Thank you once again, everyone, for keeping up with your efforts for the advancement of the cruise industry. Once again, to all members, I would like to thank you once again for being interested into our efforts. Your efforts keep our organization sound. Once again, congratulations to all the awardees, and we will end today's awards ceremony. I am the Secretary General of the ACLN, Kang Soo-kyung. Thank you very much.
네, 잠시 안내 말씀이 있겠습니다.
There are a couple of announcements. All moderators and speakers and panelists, please do
Good afternoon. We will now begin the ACLN online workshop. Please turn off the power of your mobile phone or switch it to silent mode during the workshop. Simultaneous interpretation is provided for the workshop in 4 languages. For members using Zoom, please check the language setting in the interpretation menu. And on the YouTube channel, you can select the channel based on language. English, Chinese, Japanese, and Korean interpretation is provided via the ACLN website. We will now begin the ACLN online workshop. Before beginning the first session, the Director of Jeju Special Self-Governing Province, Mr. Im Chul-ja, is with us to welcome everyone to today's workshop. Mr. Ja, the floor is yours. Thank you. It's nice to meet you. I'm Director Ja from Jeju, the Special Self-Governing Province. I sincerely would like to congratulate you on holding the Asia Cruise Forum, and I would also like to thank the members of ACLN in participating at today's event despite your busy schedules. Due to the pandemic and due to the closure of borders of all countries, the cruise industry was hit hard. Likewise, at Jeju Island, in order to recover from this crisis in the shortest possible time, the Jeju province has endeavored with the firm belief that COVID-19 preventive measures supports the economy. Now, in the era of Corona, Jeju Island is preparing a step-by-step recovery plan, and the government is promoting the recovery of international air travel demand by expanding countries exempt from quarantine, offering the visa-free system, and resuming direct overseas flights. In line with this, I would like to say that I'm expressing the commitment of the acting governor to promote the full opening of cruise ships ports so that we can take another leap forward as a cruise tourism hub in Northeast Asia. I hope that today's event will turn the crisis of the COVID pandemic into an opportunity by sharing the challenges of the cruise industry in preparation for COVID era. Acln adopted the Jeju Declaration at the first Jeju International Cruise Forum in 2013. Recognizing the importance of networking among Asian cruise leaders along with the rapid growth of the Asian cruise market. Since then, through the annual meetings and international academic conferences for 8 years, many efforts have been made for the development of the Asian cruise industry, such as exchanging opinions and information on current cruise issues among member organizations of the cruise industry in Asia. I hope that today's meeting will be an opportunity for further development and that it will be a beneficial time to prepare for the future where Corona continues to coexist and deliver hope to the cruise industry in Asia. I wish all members and groups the best of luck. Thank you. Thank you for your welcoming remarks, Dr. Ja. I will now hand over the microphone to the moderator for the first session, Professor Eui-gun Kim of Jeju International University. Good afternoon. I am Eui-gun Kim, professor at Jeju International University, and will be the moderator for the first session of the Acln Day online workshop. It was very disappointing that the Asia Cruise Forum Jeju, which was scheduled to be held at the end of August, was cancelled due to the corona pandemic. It is a great pleasure to be able to meet the leaders of the cruise industry from various Asian countries. For the next 15 minutes, the first session will be carried out through 2 presentations. The first presentation will be made by Mr. Da Jong-yu, the General Manager of ASTAR Enterprise in Korea. Mr. Yu started his career in the cruise industry at Hyundai Group by participating in the Mount Kumgang cruise business in 1999 and went on to gain various experiences in the domestic and international cruise industry. And he is working at ASTAR from 2015. And the second presenter is the president of Touring Cruise, Mr. Michael Ko. And I'm sure everyone knows Mr. Ko. He is a very well-known expert leading the Asian cruise industry. He started working in the cruise business at Star Cruise in 2000, and he has been playing an important role in the development of 3 cruise brands while working at Genting Cruise Lines over 20 years. And at the Asia Cruise Awards, it was also awarded the Genting Cruise Lines. So now we will have the presentations made for the first session. The first presentation will be made by Mr. Ta Jong-yu, General Manager of ASTAR Enterprise Korea Office on Asia Cruise Industry Prospects for 2022. The presentation will be carried out for 20 minutes. Mr. Yu, the floor is yours.
Nice to meet you, everyone. I am Yu Da-jung from ASTAR Cruise. It's always important to initiate something, and today's topic is, I think my subject was making me to become the first presenter, because I will be talking about the past 2 years, how we have dealt with the COVID pandemic, especially in our cruise industry, and also talking about the outlook of the Asia cruise industry for 2022. So let us first look into the cruise industry, how we have dealt with the pandemic. The coronavirus, I believe that 76% has occurred from the Western countries, and from the Asian countries we did not have that much of a severe impact, but I believe overall the cruise industry was impacted from the pandemic. As you can see in this table, the Asian countries were able to handle the pandemic better than the Western countries. However, globally, the tourism industry is an industry that is interconnected between countries. That's why we can see that the global tourism industry was heavily impacted. And compared to SARS or the global financial crisis, where we were able to handle and recover better, I believe that the cruise industry had to go down to the level of 1993, as you can see in this table. Of course, the cruise industry has also been heavily impacted, and according to the research that was conducted for 6 months last year, we could see that $77 billion was the loss that we experienced from the cruise industry. And talking about such loss, I believe that the cruise liners have experienced major liners like Caribbean or Norwegian. These cruise liners experienced such a loss, so their loss in terms of profit and revenue was hard to recover. And we have been making efforts to make a rebound from such situation, and especially in the US market, where it accounts for 50% of the cruise industry. It's CDC that is actually in control. CDC said there should be a no-sail order so that the cruise liners should not be operating the cruise ships. So the cruise liners had to sustain and stop the operation of their ships, and there were a lot of cooperation and discussion going on between CDC and the government. And in May this year, the conditional sailing order was made. And if we stick to 5 steps, then the cruise liners can operate their cruise ships. It's called the CSO, the Conditional Sailing Order. And this will be valid until January 15, 2022. However, regardless of such announcement from CDC, the global cruise liners and the cruise industry, they were They have taken strong measures. For instance, not only ventilation, but all passengers have to be vaccinated before they go on board, or we have also applied various techniques, and if there are any possible patients, then we can have medical personnel who will be checking on those patients on board. And as a result, the cruise industry, we have created a new concept called the cruise bubble to prevent the COVID-19 virus infection. So starting from the second half of last year, we have reopened the cruise business. And since then, we have been running smoothly. It's up and running. And as of November 2021, globally, how many cruise ships or fleets are up and running? We can see in this table that this is from the cruise news industry news. And we can see, look at the number of ships in service. Right now, 55% of the fleet are in service. And when we look at the number of berths, 63% of the berth capacity has been resumed. And currently, it is Royal Caribbean Group that is the fastest in the race of such reopening of the business. And as for the capacity, they account for 75% of the overall industry. So there are ships that are right now being sailed, and we have looked into the data, and we can see that we call the contemporary ships. The resumption rate is slightly lower compared to the number of that we own. And when we look at the premium sector and niche market, the resumption rate is much higher. So this means that China, Australia, or the Caribbean, those major markets for the contemporary market, the resumption has been slightly slower than the Antarctica or I think the North Atlantic or North European countries. The resumption rate has been much higher than those contemporary markets. So by regions, there is a gap or difference between the resumption rate. So the cruise liners have to move their ships to the markets or to the regions where their ships can actually move. And there has been capacity shifting. And since Australia is not running their ships, so it has been moved to Antarctica. And especially for Asia, they have moved to the Mediterranean or East Asia. And for the Caribbean, they moved to Mediterranean. So they are coping with the situation by shifting their capacity. I've mentioned about the CDC of US that they have ordered the conditional sale order in May this year, and starting from July, the US market was open. They have started their service from July. You can see in the table on the left side, the resumption rate has become higher, dramatically higher since July this year. And as of now, there are about 64 cruise brands that have reopened their service. So that 392,000 people can use the service. And when it's 2022, end of 2022, about 80% can be recovered. And after that, most of the cruise ships can reopen their service. When we look at each brand respectively, MSC accounts for 93%. So they've been fast, they've been quick in providing the service. And there is also the Royal Caribbean. They were also fast to re-enter the market. This year in 2021, I believe many events had happened. A lot has happened this year. And I would like to talk about what the Korean experts think about the cruise industry about the future. And I have asked them about what was the most important event that has happened this year. And they've answered that the cruise ships have finally resumed sailing. and also that they will be applying vigorous vaccine protocols, and also that the booking rate looks rosy for the future. And also the number of passengers has exceeded 2 million worldwide. So these are more like the positive things that happened this year. And other than that, China is slightly delayed in the resumption of the service. And the ships that were in China, they have been shifted to other regions. They are currently being shifted to other regions. That was also one of the major news that has happened this year. Other than that, there's also Singapore and Taiwan, that the service has been resumed since last year. That was also one of the major news, according to the cruise experts of Korea. So let's take a look. Let's take a look for 2022. According to UNWTO, according to their forecast, this year, the graph looked like more like an L shape, and it will be slightly improving for this year. And according to UNWTO, January this year, we could see that globally borders have been closed, and therefore global tourism was in a sluggish mode. However, as I've mentioned, that was January. However, we have conducted the research in May again. And since the vaccination rate increased in May, there was an outlook that things will get better in the second half. And as a result, this did happen because of the global vaccination rate. According to UNWTO, if the vaccination becomes the new normal, then globally we could see a V-shaped recovery globally. That was the outlook given from UNWTO. So I've also mentioned that vaccination was also one of the major events for 2021. When we look at Korea, Japan, Taiwan, these northeastern countries, the vaccination rate is about 70%, 79%, 81%. It's very high. However, they are a little bit more conservative in opening up their borders, as you all know. So considering all of these factors, experts say that the UK, Europe, or US in 2023, they will be able to fully open up their tourism industry. However, for the Asia-Pacific region, more than 58% of the tourism industry will be opened much later to go to the pre-pandemic level. So this is more like a gloomy outlook for the northeastern Asian countries. So the reason why the cruise industry is not having a good situation, it's because the countries have still not opened up. And according to a professor in Korea, he has conducted a research about the pattern, about the recovery pattern of the countries. And we can see that if it's an unreplaceable tourism spot, then they will see a recovery that is a V-shaped recovery. And for the others, there will be a U-shaped recovery, and Korean domestic tourism, it will be like a V, upside down V-shaped recovery, and that was the outlook. Then what about the cruise industry? What do we think the recovery of the cruise industry will be? I think that in US or European countries where the cruise industry is much more advanced, they will see a higher recovery. However, in the Asia Pacific, we will see like a more slower growth in terms of the recovery. So it's not only that we have a pessimistic outlook, but we have also looked into the cruisers and non-cruisers. We have conducted a research on 44,000 people, and we can see the results here. Before the pandemic or pre-pandemic, people who have been on board at least once, they are willing to be on board again, and that was 80%. And as for September last year, that number went down to 75%. However, when we did the research again in March this year, it went up to 81%. So they were willing to go on board again. And according to the research done on September, it went up slightly more to 82%. Not only that, for the non-cruisers who have never been on board, when we asked them if you're willing to be cruising, last September, 55% said yes. This March, 60% said yes. And in September this year, 62% said yes. This means that more and more people are willing to go on board on the cruise ships. And we can see that phenomenon, and this means, I think this means the potential for recovery. So all of you experts and members of Acln, I believe that in the Sea Trade Global, I think we've heard this message in October. Mr. Jinan Ryu said probably it will take time to recover to the level of 2019. And Mr. Bernie from Costa also said that it should be about 2024 so that we can recover to the level of 2019. It will only be 2024. And also from Singapore Tourism Authority, Mrs. Chang also mentioned that it will only be 2024 or 2025 when we can recover to the level of 2019. And so we've asked our Korean experts what their opinions were, and their answers were that globally or in the Asian Pacific region, it will only be about 2023 when we can see these signs of recovery. And as for Korea, the Korean market will be seeing a slower recovery compared to other countries. So that was the opinion given by the Korean experts. And so one of the impediments to those recovery would be the travel restriction, as been mentioned by UNWTO. And for the cruise ships to keep running, the vaccination rate has to be higher than now. So those are the impediments. And even if we reopen the service, the cruisers or the passengers, the pandemic was a global shock. So it will be hard to go back to the level of 2019, because when we asked them why you are on the ship, they said they're just trying out something new. And that was one of the reasons why they were on board. But in 2020, when we did the same survey, not many people gave the same answer, but they told that they were caring and sharing about others. And they wanted to share some emotional feelings with others. That's why they were on board. So there was a shift in terms of the value and willingness of why they wanted to be on the cruise ship. So there are many people, all of you are from different countries, and I would like to take this opportunity and talk about the Korean market. So there was a change in the tourism industry. Before, we had Hana Tour, Modu Tour, a lot of travel agents, and those companies had to go through restructuring because of the pandemic. And e-commerce companies that have online platforms and online package companies. So there were integration and also disintegration within the industry going on. And those travel agencies that used to focus only on tourism, now they started to look into other business areas as well. And they were selling products not only focusing on tourism, but they also sold products that were slightly less relevant. And other than the travel agencies, because they had to go through restructuring during the pandemic, they were not able to operate in the normal way as they used to do. There were many travel agencies There were other business areas that grew instead of the travel agencies because they had online channels and they have focused their sales channel as the home shopping. So those companies are the ones that became dominant in this industry. So in summary, because I have to finish my presentation within 20 minutes, I would like to give you a summary, which is the Korean and global experts think that in order to recover from the pandemic and go back to the level of 2019, which is the pre-pandemic, they believe that it will only be 2024 when we can go back to the level of 2019. And as a result, I would also like to let you know that I think we should see this recovery sooner than 2024. And in order to recover efficiently, we've been talking about these things since this morning, but we should have a protocol related to COVID-19, and we should also create the conditions of how or when the passengers can get in and get out of the country. And also, we should try to, I know that there is some negative image of the cruise industry because of the pandemic. We should also carry out a lot of PR activities to improve such negative image. And third, as long as we're not able to do international cruise, we should also think about the coastal cruising or non-disembarking cruising, so that we can retain our business as long as we're not able to do international cruise. So that would be what I would like to mention. And lastly, I would like to also say that all the members of Acln, I believe that we should have one voice so that we can deliver these messages to the government authorities, agencies of our countries. Because all of us are in the same ship. So I'm not sure if you know Arnold Toynbee. He is a very well-renowned historian who said that he said that civilizations, I believe, come to birth and proceed to grow by successfully responding to successive challenges. So we've been creating our history by overcoming challenges. So this pandemic is something that was unprecedented. We have never experienced this kind of a pandemic before. It is a very hard challenge, but I believe that we are able to successively, wisely overcome these challenges. So I hope that all of you can be brave enough and be successive in these challenges, and that one day we can meet again. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your presentation. Mr. Yu was the first presenter for session 1. He said that the number of international tourists has sharply decreased to the level of 30 years ago due to the corona pandemic. And the cruise industry is also having a significant impact on the overall tourism industry, as the number of cruise tourists plummeted from 30 million in 2019. So I know that some cruise operators have resumed their services up to 80%. But what is important is that the Asian Pacific region, they're lagging in terms of resuming services. So in order for us to overcome these kind of difficulties, and in order for us to become one and have one stance, Mr. Yu mentioned the importance of having a unified voice. Next, we have Mr. Michael Go, the president of Dream Cruise, for the second presentation. Likewise, you have 20 minutes from your presentation. Are you here, Mr. Go? The floor is yours.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. It's actually great to see you, but not in actual person, but in actually virtual. Now, before I start off with the sharing in the workshop, I'd like to thank Jeju Cruise Industry Association and as well as Asia Cruise Leader Network for presenting Genting Cruise Line this morning with the special achievement award, and we are honored, right? And secondly, also like to thank them for organizing this workshop that enable actually for us to share this what we call the very difficult time during this pandemic. So without actually further ado, I'd like to start off with my sharing. Now, everyone knows that the pandemic has really caused a huge damage actually to the travel industry. And obviously, cruise lines are not actually spared as well. So when it happened, for us, we are very, very clear of a few key objectives. I think we first has to pass this very strong message actually to the consumer, to our trade partner, that Dream Cruises care. And please come and cruise with confidence. And also, there's a series of preventive measures to ensure that there is actually a safe voyage. So obviously, the objective is to safeguard the health and the safety of our guests and as well as our crew. And that is definitely the utmost priority. What then is a new world of cruising? Now we have to, I think we all know that the cruise industry has a very high standard, I think, in terms of the safety protocol. However, with this pandemic, we have to rebuild to further enhance the health and the safety standards, and as well as safe management measure. We'd also partner with DNV Germany in external certification in communicated disease, and as well as to educating the community. In addition, we have to reaffirm the trust in the cruise line, travel agents, and as well as re-establish again with the consumer relationship, and giving our customer the peace of mind to come back into cruising again. We have to renew that the ship is now the destination. Now we said that the ship are always the destination, but now that with the border that is open and now we are cruising in the international water, and we really have to educating the publics about the experience, and the ship is the destination. We have to pen up, I think, the emotions desiring to travel again. And we have to further understand at this pandemic what actually is customer needs, and also accord them, importantly, with a peace of mind when they are cruising. And how do we achieve that? Obviously, education is the key. What are the adjustments that Dream Cruises have to make at this pandemic? Now, we introduced the same-day COVID-19 antigen rapid test. And this test is to be conducted on the date of cruising at the terminal. Contact tracing is important. We developed our apps called the Tracy. Now, actually, that actually allows us to trace the close contact when it's necessary. And also, I think we have to further enhance the passenger management, be it whether it's a mandatory online check-in, we have to assign a staggered arrival time at the terminal to avoid overcrowding, and as well as have the self check-in QR and further ease the embarkation and disembarkation flow at the terminal. Cruise quarantine and management is also another very important segment that we have to work with the authority. Now, with the pandemic, the authority implement very strict rules, and the cruise line has to comply in order to get the cruise back into the operation. But again, all these measures are for safe cruising. So we have to further have enhanced the stringent control in terms of the new sign-on crew, the various PCR tests, and that the crews actually have to go on, and as well as crew training on the safe management measure. And this training obviously is on PPE usage, and as well as the cleaning process on board the ship, and all sorts of SOP and procedure. We also have a very well-equipped medical center. The medical center has the capacity of actually on COVID-19 testing. We have 2 doctors, including one that is an infection control officer, and we have isolation wards, and a cabin can also be converted for quarantine purposes when there's such needs. Now you can see that all these measures will have to be worked very closely with the authority and strictly comply with the Ministry of Health. Now, the ships obviously are not running at the full capacity. For Singapore and Hong Kong, presently, we are operating at 50% capacity. And the good news is for Hong Kong, from 1st of December onward, the authority have announced that they have increased the capacity to 75%. This is in fact wonderful news actually for the cruise industry. It also clear indications that the authority have further relaxed and the confidence actually in safe cruising. Now, I'm actually sharing you on this slide here. Now, under the Star Cruises brand, 2 of our ships were actually used to support the Singapore authority for the migrants worker to fight against the COVID-19. The 2 ships were used to house the recovered COVID-19. Now, why we think that this is actually an important approach? At the point of time, cruise ships are deemed to be not safe, I think, in this pandemic. And we wanted to demonstrate to the authority, to the consumer, that cruise ship remain safe, and cruise ship, in fact, have the ability to cater even to these quarantine arrangements. So the 6 months of operations has been very successful. We get actually a lot of support from the Singapore government, the Ministry of Health, as well as with our own knowledge, I think, in terms of health and safety. And we also extend a DNV Germany partnership to ensure that new implementations are applied actually to this operation as well as for our onboard operation. It is through this initiative that we have gained the confidence of the authority, and therefore our ships were able to restart in Singapore, to be the first cruise line to restart in Singapore. And then obviously Taiwan started in July, and then followed by Hong Kong. And to us, this is really a very important milestones. We have also started Taiwan with the Highland hopping, and this is also a break of the record as we are allowed actually to do domestic cruising into different islands. And we develop itinerary to Hualien, to Kaohsiung, to Kinmen, to Machu, and to Penghu. We also have started the high sea in Hong Kong in July. And again, I think this provide an excellent venue actually for our friends in Hong Kong that they has not been able to travel out. And this actually provide really an excellent option for travelings. So what is our milestone actually in the last 20 months? I mentioned about the Star Cruises ship in the pandemic support. In May 2020, we were the first cruise line in the world to be chartered for this pandemic support. And in July, we were the first cruise ship to restart our sailing in Taiwan. And Taiwan have a short pause on the cruising. We are confident that in the near future, they will allow to resume the cruising again. Now for the Taiwan deployment, we have so far 91 cruises and we carry 94,000 passengers. So in November 2020, we were also the first cruise ship to restart in Singapore. And it has been a really successful deployment. And we are now into our 158 cruises, and we carry 208,000 passengers. In December 2020, we introduced the World Dream as the first Asia-Pacific halal-friendly cruise ship, as well as a vegan dual certification. Now, why is this important? Because if you look at the source market in Singapore with a 5 million population, we need to expand the market, we need to enhance customer experience, and more importantly, in Asia alone, like Malaysia or Indonesia, there are more than 60% of the populations are Muslim. So we have to prepare for the future when the border reopen. So the halal and as well as the vegan certification was essential. And to date, we have actually, just for Singapore alone, we have actually carried close to 15,000 cruise passengers. And Crystal was also the first cruise line to restart actually in Bahamas, Bermudas, and Iceland. And last but not least, actually on my PowerPoint here was in July 2021. We also the first cruise ship to restart sailing in Hong Kong. And to date, we have 48 sailing and we carry 70,000 passengers as of now. So you can see that the consumer confidence on cruising, they're still very upbeat. If I would combine Singapore, Taiwan, and Hong Kong, I think to date, we have 300 sailings and we carry 380,000 passengers. And this is remarkable at this pandemic. And this is to show that the consumer have great confidence, I think, in terms of cruising. At this pandemic, when the ship is actually going into international water, it is important that for us to introduce a concept where there's no destination. So we introduce this, we call the super staycation. We combine the entertainment, the dining experience, and uses a lot of the indoor and outdoor facility to ensure that when the guests come on board, they have a good time, and meanwhile they feel safe. And we're happy to share that we had more than 40% of our cruiser are first-time cruiser. And we have 60% of passengers are repeat cruiser in our operation. This is truly remarkable, I think, in terms of confidence of consumer coming back into cruising again. Now, I wanted to use the World Dream in Singapore as an example. In the next few slides, when I do the explanation, actually you put that into the perspective. The ships that we use in Singapore is the World Dream. It's 150,000 tonnage. We had close to 1,700 cabin, and we carry in the lower berth is 3,400 passenger. And now we are allowed to take up to close to 1,700 capacity. So obviously the ship has 35 restaurant and the bar concept, and it has actually 6 water slide and many more actually facility. So when we talked about the sophistication, right, we talked about combine various activity where consumers are not allowed to travel overseas. They are in search looking for a holiday. And obviously, be it whether the laser show, the entertainment, the dining, or the water slide, and the Zouk Beach Club and so on, will become a real experience for them into the holiday. Now, why is it that it's important? Because I think that actually path the confidence and as well as to demonstrate to the new cruiser that cruising is interesting. And this will be a new market for us. I think when the border reopen and back into the international cruising again. These slides of the palace, when we develop the palace on board the World Dream ship, we'd actually want this to be catered to the luxurious segment of the market, and is within a ship concept where it has butler, it has private dining and so on. And I wanted to share here is because I think at this pandemic, we see a huge demands in terms of luxurious products. And with 160 suites on board the ship, I could share that the occupancy of the suites for most of the sailing are hitting close to 100% occupancy. So what does that mean? It means that consumer is looking for luxurious product. They want private space, and they are willing to spend. And this is in fact a very important point actually for us to further develop the luxurious market, I think, in this part of the world as well. Now, I talked about the halal-friendly cruise ship, and I wanted to share that when we talk about halal-friendly cruise ship, we are not just talking about a halal cuisine. Now, obviously, I think we provide halal certified cuisine, and we got the central halal kitchen, and also we actually provide a dining service during the Ramadan period, and this obviously includes a special arrangement, and we also have prayer room, and we run Ramadan program as well. During the Ramadan period, we actually do up to 5 prayer for our Muslim customer on board the ship. And in our Crystal Life Spa, we also have made special arrangement because I think halal is about wellness, about ingredients and use actually in our daily life. So we have also provide that into our Crystal Life Spa as well. In this pandemic, we'd also see a big shift in the age group. Pre-pandemic, we see there is a 60% of our customer between the age group of 40 to 70 years old. But during the pandemic, you actually see a big shift that from 20 to 40 contribute to 70% of our business. So it means that there's a shift of consumer base. It is necessary to renew the programs, and therefore, during the pandemic, we actually have also enhanced a lot of the activities that well liked by the younger generation. Be it whether getting the celebrity fitness trainer to come on board, as well as many other on-board programs. This is, in fact, a really big shift in terms. And what does it actually translate? It actually translates that this pandemic has assisted the cruise line in expanding the market, and these younger groups of people get the experience cruising, and they will come back again to cruise. Strategic partnership is also a very important segment. Now, the Singapore Airlines cruise liner have chartered one of our cruise, and it was in November. It was a very successful charter. And obviously, the partnership are not just into the charter alone. We have also set up a cruise shop on board the ship. And we have also further go into the partnership, I think, in terms of the cruise and earn redeem program on board the cruise ship as well. So this is one area to demonstrate that how important is the strategic partnership at this pandemic. But obviously, I think this partnership will come a long way. We all know this pandemic is not just hurting the industry, the tourism industry or the cruise industry. Many of the small and medium enterprises has also faced great challenge. Therefore, we launched this support local projects in Singapore, and we identify products that relate to our cruise experience and have this partner to design specific products exclusively for Dream Cruises. And we partner the Creeper 1872 Creeper Tea that they actually exclusively do the special brand of the tea and ice cream as well. And then the animal project was actually to support the autism kids in Singapore, where they design and the products are being sold, and they get a cut of the revenues when the products are being sold. And obviously the fashion, that's our guests actually produce it actually on board the ship. Now we are very delighted actually to share that the support local projects went on very successfully, and our Singapore Tourism Board has further support us to expand this, and we'll have more of the local company to bring their products onto our ship. Now, what we're actually doing this are not just actually for today. I think when the border reopen, the international travelers come on board, and the local businesses will have an excellent platform to showcase their products and open up the opportunity. We all know that the MICE business are also largely affected. In where we home port our ships like Singapore, there is a lot of restriction, I think, in terms of group get-together and various measures. So we had the bosses network done on board the ship with 250 local SME businessmen and enterprises. In fact, this is the 17 years we partner with them, and we get our Minister of Trade be our guest actually of honor. Now, what is reasons that we do it at this point of time? We wanted to demonstrate to the authority that cruise ship remain a safe venue for MICE event. It is even with 250 people at the same venue, and the programs went on very well. And we, I think it's important actually to demonstrate and to convince the authority that MICE remain an important segment actually for the business.
Excuse me, Michael Go.
Hi.
Yeah, it is no time in this session. So yeah, summarize your speech, please.
Okay, sure. So with that, as well as bring around the world experience onto our cruise ship. Now I wanted to show you on the last slide here. Now what is actually the anticipation that we anticipate the increase in cruise capacity in the near future, with Hong Kong announced 75%, and we believe that Singapore will also be soon. Then also there will be a new freight cruise business opportunity with the vaccinated travel lanes and also quarantine-free travel that opening. And also the cruise centrics into the port of call will also be happening soon. And our new ships, the Global Dream, will arrive in Asia by Q4 2022. So with that, I summarize that the outlooks of the cruise industry in Asia remain very positive. Thank you.
예, 감사합니다.
Yes, thank you. Do you have a video? I think we can turn on the video during break time. Thank you for your presentation, Mr. Go. Dream Cruise Lines in various regions across Asia resumed cruise operations, and this was introduced to us by Mr. Go. And he also introduced various programs such as pro-Muslim services and so forth. I won't add on because of the time restraint. Thank you both, Mr. Yu and Mr. Go, for your inspiring presentations. Despite the corona pandemic, I could see that best efforts were made to resume the cruise industry by offering island hopping cruise and also ensuring a thorough quarantine system. Now is a time when we all need a united voice so that the cruise tourism can be normalized as soon as possible. This concludes the first session of the Acln Day online workshop. Thank you once again, Mr. Yu and Mr. Go. Thank you very much.
네, 감사합니다. 10분간 휴정 후 잠시 여러분 안녕하세요.
Nice to meet you, everyone. We will now begin the second session of the 2021 ACLN online workshop. Director Lim Bok-sun of the Korea International Cruise Institute will moderate the second session, where we will be talking about the regional cruise tourism development strategy. Nice to meet you, everyone. I am Lim Bok-sun of the Korea International Cruise Institute. I am glad to meet you again through today's ACLN online workshop. We will be having presenters from Hong Kong, Taiwan, Fukuoka, and Incheon, who will be talking about the development strategies of their own region. The first presenter is from Hong Kong, from Worldwide Cruise Terminal, Mr. Jeff Bent. Mr. Jeff Bent is a member of the Worldwide Flight Service, which is one of the largest airport ground service and world's largest aviation logistics company. And he is also actively working as a member of the China Port Association. We will now listen to the presentation of Mr. Jeff Bent under the title Hong Kong Cruise Tourism Development Strategy. Please begin your presentation.
Thank you very much. 안녕하세요. So, can everyone see my presentation? I take it that's a yes.
네, 제 화면이 잘 보이실까요?
So, for today, we are going to discuss cruise tourism development in Hong Kong. This is the subject that ACLN asked me to talk about. So I'd like to thank very much ACLN for inviting us here today, and would like to now share some thoughts about what we do in Hong Kong for developing cruise tourism. To start off with, the cruise market in Hong Kong is made up of three components. Locals, Hong Kong residents are the biggest component. They're about 40%. Mainland Chinese coming across the border with China are about 30%. And we get about 30% overseas visitors in a typical year. This is a similar distribution for our theme park visitors as well, visitors to Hong Kong Disneyland and Ocean Park. While the objective of tourism in general is to attract high-value overseas tourists to come and contribute to the local economy, we recognize that it's very important to stimulate the local source market, because the cruise ships are just so big that you need to have a substantial base of local passengers to make it viable to fill the large cruise ships. I'm not going to talk really about COVID very much today, or the pandemic, but I will say that so far this year, we've been doing a pretty good job in attracting more and more local people to take cruises. In particular, about 50% of the people taking cruises are new to cruise passengers. So we're very glad to be attracting and growing the local source market. So here are four groups that all participate in developing cruise tourism in Hong Kong. And I'll mention them briefly here and then go into more detail in the following slides. One is the Tourism Commission. They are a government department that is responsible for policy regarding tourism. Then we have a separate government-funded body. It's not exactly a department of the government. That's called the Hong Kong Tourism Board. And they are responsible for promotion of tourism, including for cruise. And there's a historical reason why these two bodies are separate. In the past, 20-something years ago, there was a private body called the Hong Kong Tourism Association, and that was later replaced by the Hong Kong Tourism Board. So the two functions have remained separate, although in most countries it's one group. Of course, terminals such as ourselves, there are 2 terminals here, and the number of ship agents and ground handlers we promote to the trade. And cruise lines, of course, promote to travel agents and end users or the source market. So to discuss the role of the Tourism Commission first, to put it more simply, it's a little bit more about hardware, and that's a generalization, but the Tourism Commission, their mission statement is to enhance tourism facilities and support development of new attractions. So that means that they look after the theme parks, and you can see pictures of our 2 theme parks there, as well as other more hardware type related developments, including the new cruise terminal, including, for example, the Symphony of Lights show that goes on at 8 p.m. every evening in the harbor, so coordinated across all the different buildings facing the main harbor in Hong Kong. The Tourism Commission also acts as a regulator for travel agents. And this is important because, for example, there's a mandatory insurance levy when people here buy an outbound travel package. And if something happens to the travel agency, they can get reimbursed from the fund, and the Tourism Commission organizes this. Also, the Tourism Commission provided fiscal aid, frankly, for especially for travel agents and tour guides during the pandemic. Then the next body, the Hong Kong Tourism Board, they are a bit more about software. So their mission statement is to market and promote Hong Kong as a travel destination worldwide, and to enhance the experience for visitors when they're in Hong Kong. So they have overseas offices in many key markets. They support a lot of events and festivals. For example, there's a Lunar New Year parade every year. There are a number of sports events that they help sponsor. There are some culinary events, such as the Wine and Dine Festival, which is a major event in Hong Kong. Wine is duty-free here, so there's a lot of both wholesale and retail promotion around grape wine in Hong Kong, and also arts, music and visual arts festivals. They promote some attractions in Hong Kong. They may work harder to promote certain districts of Hong Kong that have more leisure and tourism facilities. I think many of you will know they were one of the founding members of the Asia Cruise Cooperation Group. And they're also collaborating with one of your major Korean drama producers, CJENM. So we hope to see Hong Kong in more of the Korean dramas that we watch both here in Hong Kong and so many other places around the world in the coming future. Importantly, although the Hong Kong Tourism Board is really set up to attract these high value overseas multiple night staying guests, they recognize that for cruise, it's still very important to pay attention to the local source market, because the cruise lines need them to fill up the ship. So even now, even when we're only doing some high seas cruises out of Hong Kong now, the Hong Kong Tourism Board has proactively partnered with the cruise lines operating to bring some of their wine and dine promotions onto the ships so that people can enjoy them both on land and on the ships. And I think it's really very much appreciated by the travel community here. And it's also important for them to be developing, again, the Hong Kong local source market. And with this kind of promotion, they're helping the cruise lines to attract new, younger markets that may not have tried cruise before. Right now, it's very difficult to travel out of Hong Kong. So A lot of people are trying it both because it's one of the few travel options we have now, and also due to some clever promotions from the Hong Kong Tourism Board jointly with the cruise lines together. Then for the, of course, the industry players like ourselves, terminal operators, ship agents, handlers, we do what we can. We do provide input to government policy. I think, like in many countries, the people responsible for tourism may change over every few years, and the industry assistant input and feedback on what's worked in the past and what we need more of in the future. And also in some cases to sponsor more trade events, such as ACLN does, which is to bring like-minded people together in our community to help promote the interests of the trade. And of course, we could not, we have to recognize that the cruise lines, of course, are critical both in maintaining attention of the travel agents, because typically they have many different products to sell. It's not the case right now during the pandemic. And to really generate interest among the public in cruising. And so we've seen that the visuals are not that great here, but we've seen some, massive advertising campaigns in the metro in Hong Kong, and a very successful sweepstakes promotions that encouraged people to get COVID vaccinations. They could be eligible for a cruise on the Genting Dream earlier this year, and it generated really fantastic local press coverage. And of course, the lines also will advertise Hong Kong cruises, where Hong Kong is either a port of call or the home port to overseas source markets. So that's critical to developing the market as well. But I think we all know that developing tourism in general, including cruise, is a very difficult, long effort. There's no magic bullet that can fix the problem. Cruise is such a tiny percentage of the overall tourism market here, as in most other places, and it's all about generating awareness about cruise for many people who would not have considered it in the past. It's about developing new attractions to make your port and city interesting again for people who've already been, improving old attractions, make sure the experience is good for first-time visitors who want to see the real marquee attractions, improving transport infrastructure, improving policy too, visa policy, access, especially now during COVID, building loyalty amongst repeat visitors. And I'm just showing here an example of a new district Hong Kong is building. It's called the Kowloon West Cultural District. And it's got a lot of new facilities. It's got new arts complexes. It's got new museums. It's got new performance areas. It's got a lot of open waterfront. And so I hope that we can continue to work together. In particular, I always like to say it's amazing how big the Korean outbound travel market is. It's really an enormous source market for other forms of travel, and we really hope that more can be done to stimulate an appetite. So that's why I put the food there. Make an appetite for cruising among the Korean local source market, and I suspect food has something to do with it. So as long as we have really good Korean food on board the cruise ships, I'm sure we can attract more Korean passengers to go as well. So I hope we can all work together to rebuild cruise tourism in Asia and amongst our cities. And I'm happy to answer any questions or share experiences both here or offline. Please contact me anytime. Thank you very much. 감사합니다.
네, 발표 잘 들었습니다.
Thank you very much for your presentation. So we've heard that many organizations and agencies are working as a team to promote the cruise tourism industry, the Tourism Commission, Tourism Board, terminals, ship agents, and ground handlers, cruise liners. All of them are working hard for one goal. I hope that you can continue and keep up with your efforts. Thank you very much. We will have the second speaker from Fukuoka, Mr. Koyanagi Yoshi. Mr. Koyanagi is the director of the Cruise Promotion Section, Tourism and Convention Department. Mr. Koyanagi worked as Shanghai representing the Fukuoka city and has been in charge of the cruise promotion section since 2015 to foster the Fukuoka port into the hub of the Japanese cruise industry. We will now listen to his presentation about the cruise tourism development strategy of Fukuoka. 10 minutes for your presentation.
Hello, I am Yoshiko Yanagi, Director of Cruise Promotion Section at Tourism and Convention Department. Can you hear me? Okay, thank you. I would like to thank the Acln Secretariat as well as the members of the Jeju provincial government. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to make this presentation. Today, I would like to talk about the cruise industry development strategy of Port of Hakata. In Japan, last month, we had the emergency announcement of the government ended, and right now at the local government level, we have seen PR activities of tourism products. And from last autumn, we are seeing more tourism products. And because we are seeing a rise in the cases of COVID-19, we are now seeing reducing of the tourist products. However, because we are now seeing a better situation, it seems that there will be more tourism products. In order to revive the cruise industry, we need all of the government members as well as the ports and the liners to abide by the guidelines provided by the government. Also, the responsibility must be clear. And as of now, the International Cruise Guideline has not yet been announced by the Japanese government, but with the International Cruise Association, we think that it will be aligned with that. And Port of Hakata, the entry into the port is now allowed. And when this is allowed, we believe that Port of Hakata will be supporting the international and domestic cruise ships. With Corona and post-Corona, I believe that we need to provide a continuous cruise service. For that, I would like to talk about three things. One is we need to be prepared for COVID in terms of municipal regulations, and we also need to prepare ourselves for further development. And secondly, we need to strengthen carbon neutrality and also sustainable development goals. And also, thirdly, communities should not be left behind. All of the benefits of tourism should be shared across the local regions. So, in order for us to become a more resilient city, it is very important to have safety measures. In Fukuoka, we are making a lot of preparations for this. For example, we are using safeguard screens at the stores and also dining restaurants. And also, we have ventilators. And we have exchanged the ventilators in these stores and public areas, and that is why we are also reducing carbon and new cases of COVID-19. Also, we are focusing on preserving and treasuring traditional cultures. Because of the COVID-19, we suspended many culture events, and it seems that it will not be resumed in the near future. So some cultural events in Hakota actually go back 842 years. But because this has been suspended, we are looking into digital means of how we can open this event. Next, I would like to talk about achieving carbon neutrality within tourism. Fukuoka is working to be carbon neutral by 2040, and we're making the preparations for this. And in order to achieve this, the tourism industry is using renewable resources, and also it's applying energy saving devices. And in various events, we're working to implement carbon offset initiatives. And also, Hakuoka is also trying to provide environmentally friendly tourism for your well-being. So we're providing walkable products, and so that tourists can enjoy the scenery as well as the flowers in the cities. And we also have the East Coast project, and we are also using e-bikes. So this is also very environmentally friendly. And thirdly, the third pillar is including the community. The benefits created by tourism, we want to share that with the local community so that we can coexist with it. For example, camp facilities and the communities, Karado Mari Village. This product enables tourists to actually become a member of the community, local community, and they actually make these kind of programs so that you can become one and also build the facilities for the local regions. Also, another program is creating an environment friendly to diversity. So we have a lot of menus that can be provided to tourists, and Fukuoka is very famous for its unique food. We have the 100% pork-free tonkotsu ramen noodles, and this is tonkotsu ramen noodles actually started here in Fukuoka. So this is actually pork-based, but we also provide a pork-free version. So we're also carrying out a lot of efforts to provide a diverse menu to the tourists so that the visitors using cruise ships want to visit Fukuoka again in the future. So we want to enable a sustainable cruise product in terms of economy, society, and culture. In Fukuoka City, in May next year, we will host the 19th FINA World Championships. And after the Olympics, we're still seeing COVID-19 cases. That is why we are hoping that for next year in May that a lot of tourists will visit Fukuoka for this event. And I would lastly like to talk about the challenges that we faced in order for us to achieve sustainable tourism in the new era. We need to really work hard to aid economic and cultural activities recovering from COVID-19 and also achieve carbon neutrality and other SDGs. You can see the wind sculpture in the picture. The print is actually indigenous African, and what this symbolizes is that Japan is really open to exchanges with other countries, and we really want to move forward by cooperating with other countries. As the gate for Asia, we want to become the hub of Asia. And this was the role that it took on from the old times, and in the future as well. We want to receive the foreign cultures, and I hope that Fukuoka will be able to carry on this role in the future as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Koyanagi. We understand that the Japanese cruise industry is making efforts to reopen the industry and that cruise liners and port officials are drafting guidelines to prepare for the day when entry restrictions are lifted. We could also see that Fukuoka City is tackling the pandemic while keeping its traditional culture, restoring its economy, and reducing carbon emission. We also heard about the food and events that the passengers can enjoy. I hope that more tourists and passengers will visit Fukuoka thanks to these efforts. Thank you, Mr. Koyanagi, for the presentation. Next, I would like to introduce the last speaker of session 2, Mr. Nam Kwang-hyun of Incheon Port Authority. Mr. Nam is an expert of Incheon Port for the past 16 years, since the establishment of the Incheon Port Authority in 2005, and has been in charge of running all passenger terminals and marine tourism projects, such as the International Car Ferry and coastal liners, and is also a member of the Tourism Promotion Committee of the Incheon City. Mr. Nam, you have 10 minutes for your presentation. Please begin. Nice to meet you, everyone. I am Nam Kwang-hyun, the General Manager of Incheon Port Authority, and I am very glad to be awarded the Special Achievement Award today, and I'm glad to be presenting today. So from now on, I would like to talk about the strategies to develop the cruise industry in Incheon. I will first talk about the competitiveness of the Incheon port, the facilities, as well as the statistics on cruise passengers coming to Incheon and ways to overcome the COVID-19 pandemic, and lastly about the challenges and opportunities for Incheon. First, I would like to briefly talk about the competitiveness of Incheon Port. As you all know, Incheon Port is the gateway to Seoul metropolitan area, and it is the closest cruise port to Seoul. You can see on the right, you can see that the population of the capital region is 26 million, and from 58 million, capital region accounts for 26 million, which is more than the half. So when cruise liners think about ports, they can see that there is a lot of demand, high demand in this region. The competitiveness of Incheon Port would be that it takes only 1 hour to Seoul metropolitan area from Incheon Port. And there are not only a lot of tourist attractions, but there are also a lot of cultural programs where tourists and passengers can come and enjoy. And it's easily accessible. And another competitiveness is that it takes only 30 minutes to International Airport from the Incheon Port. The Incheon International Airport has direct flights from 55 countries and runs 100 and goes to 173 cities, and it takes only 30 minutes from Incheon Port to the International Incheon Airport. So it's good for both airplane and cruise, so we could have some tourist products that connects airplane to the cruise. Next, I would like to talk about the facilities that are already established at the Incheon Port. The cruise terminal of the Incheon International Cruise Terminal, it is a two ground floors building with 6,566 square meter and has 16 immigration desks, 3 quarantine desks, 8 customs, and about 200 buses can be parked at the same time. And we have wheelchair escort services provided. You can see on the right side, this is the port. You can see number 1, it is 430 meter. And the second port, the length is 400 meter. And it is 150,000 GRT. It has a movable gangway. And so it's easy to overcome the water level and So regardless of the weather or the situation, the passengers can embark and disembark safely. And also we have a development plan for the maritime tourism complex. You can see that the project is called Golden Harbor Project. The first step would be to have a resort mall that combines a shopping mall and entertainment facilities. So it will be developed as an entertainment center and business hotel. And the second step would be to have a water park, marina, luxury resort, and hotel. So it will be a leisure destination for the passengers. Thirdly, I will talk about the statistics on cruise passengers coming to Incheon. This is the number of cruise passengers and its pattern. Because of the pandemic, since 2020, the cruise operation has been stopped at the Incheon port, and the biggest drop actually occurred in 2017 because of the SAR situation. We had conflicts, and I don't think it's good to talk about any geopolitical issues, but if we could solve those issues, then I believe that we can restore the number of passengers to the level before 2017. I believe that when we improve our relationship with China, we can attract more passengers and tourists from China. And let's look at the nationalities of the passengers coming to Incheon, and you can see that more than 90% of them are from China. And when you look at the cities and countries, you can see that Incheon port is close to Chinese ports, so we are actually much affected by any situations occurring in China. Next, I would like to talk about how we can overcome the COVID-19 pandemic. Starting from November 1st, 2021, we have a policy in place that we have reduced the quarantine period from 14 days to 10 days. And we have also created travel bubbles so that passengers or tourists going to Saipan or Singapore, they don't have to be in quarantine. You can see these people who went to Singapore and came back to Korea without having to be in quarantine. I hope that all countries can lift their restrictions and they can allow the entry of foreign passengers and tourists. Although cruise tourism had stopped, still many tourists are coming through the Incheon International Airport, and they also come through the coastal terminal. So Incheon Port Authority, we do temperature screening. We also keep the social distancing. We also provide sanitizers, and we also check the passengers, their personal information, and also we allow them to do self-testing. So in order to safely run these facilities, we have put in place these 5 steps. In order to reopen the cruise industry, it is important that we have safe and healthy protocols at the Incheon Cruise Terminal. So starting from the entrance, we will check the temperature, we will screen the temperature, and we will do QR checking at all entrances. We will keep social distances, we will regularly sterilize and ventilate the terminal. And also we will cooperate with regional medical and health centers so that we can cope with this pandemic. Lastly, I would like to talk about the challenges and opportunities for Incheon Port. This is the SWOT analysis for the cruise industry of Incheon. We can see that the strength is that we have the largest cruise berth facility, and we are close to Incheon International Airport, and the target population will be 26 million in Seoul metropolitan area. And for the weakness, we are far from Japan, Hong Kong, Taiwan, and Singapore, and we don't have that much infrastructure such as articles for ship and human resources. However, we also have opportunities because of the growth of Chinese cruise industry and also the growing interest in the Korean culture. And the threat is that we are highly dependent on Chinese tourists, and we are vulnerable to external environmental factors such as COVID-19 or any political issues. I would like to now talk about the strategies to develop the cruise industry in Incheon. For the SO, we are developing fly-in cruise products, and also we should be doing strategic marketing for Chinese cruise liners and tourists. And we need to have training programs for cruise professionals, and we also need to target our target markets, such as the Northeast Chinese cruise market. And we need to promote the cruise tourism products and share experiences to raise domestic demand. As for the SW strategy, we should be having partnerships with other cruise ports in Northeast Asia, and we need to have sustainable and diverse business plans in place. Lastly, Incheon Port Authority, in order to reopen our business, we will do our utmost efforts, and I would like to finish my presentation. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Nam, for your insightful presentation. We've heard about the competitiveness of Incheon Port and its cruise terminal development plans, analysis on cruise passengers coming to Incheon Port, as well as the measures to tackle the pandemic situation. I also remember your ideas about the disease prevention protocols. I believe it is a timely suggestion, considering the need for such a unified approach. And Incheon Port Authority also received a Special Achievement Award this morning at the Asia Cruise Awards. Congratulations once again. And I believe that Incheon will be able to attract 5 million marine tourists with its advantage of having the largest cruise docking facility in Korea. Thank you for your presentation. We've listened to the presentations from Hong Kong, Fukuoka, and Incheon City about their strategies to develop the Asia cruise tourism industry. We could see the efforts to reopen the industry despite the pandemic. Although I would like to stay and listen to more, we should end the session now. Thank you very much. This is the end of the second session and about the regional cruise tourism development strategy. Thank you very much. Thank you, Ms. Lim Bok-sun. We will have a short break and resume at 4 o'clock.
세 번째 세션에
We are waiting to start the third session. Because the moderator is not yet with us, we'll wait for the moderator to begin the third session.
Oh, I'm here. I'm here.
All right.
So, Hyun, I think you have screen sharing on, which is why you cannot see me.
네, 여러분.
Yes, we will now start the third session for the ACLN online workshop. We have Principal Ted Blamey of Chart Management Consultants as our moderator for the third session. We will now have Mr. Ted Blamey carry out the session.
Thank you. You can see me okay?
Yes.
This is strange. Can you see me all right?
Yes. I can see you.
Okay.
Oh, sorry. I couldn't.
Something weird about...
Yes, we can see you.
Okay. Okay. Shunaweo, Jiao Hao, konnichiwa, good afternoon. What a pleasure to see you all, and thank you to ACLN and Jeju Self-Governing Province for bringing us together. Kamsahamnida. So let me start with this. Okay, welcome to the session on Asia Cruise Tourism Market Trends. My name is Ted Blamey, as you've heard, Principal of Chart Management Consultants, former cruise line president, CEO, and several other roles. But today I have the honor to serve as your moderator for this really important and interesting session. I'm going to give over 10 minutes, a brief introduction and context for this topic of Asia Cruise Tourism Market Trends. And the aims of this session are to prepare us for the post-COVID era, as many of the other speakers have been doing before this, to check what's happened to deployment and capacity in Asia, which I'll go through some hard numbers with you, share the latest information on market trends, discuss emerging issues and expected changes and prospects in 4 key markets and destinations, and to allow us all to have further discussion on how to move forward with success in the future. Our speakers and panelists are experts on the 4 areas of Asian cruising we're going to look at. So let me begin then with this introduction context. I'm going to address those 2 topics. Then we will hear from 4 different speakers: Qiu Ling from mainland China, Harry Beck from Korea, Martin Lin from Taiwan region, and Naohiko Yamaguchi from Japan. I'll introduce each of them before they speak. And then if there's time, we'll have some closing comments, maybe even a question. So let's start with deployment and capacity, a quick look at what happened with Asia cruising during COVID. Deployment and capacity in Asia and the volumes of calls at all the ports of Asia. Then let's ask what ports and destinations saw activity 2020, and what were the particulars of cruise activity after March when we saw the lockdown. So first, what happened in 2020 in capacity? So as you can see, there are three principal measures of capacity. One is Asia cruises, that's the green line at the bottom. One is passenger capacity, the red line, and the blue line on the top is the other measure, which is Asia cruise days. Now, each of these, as you can see, dropped about 87% during the course of 2020. So the capacity, now what? So all measures dropped around that much. And that followed a compound annual growth over the previous 3 years of 16%, remarkably strong. So there were 33 ships in Asia in 2020 and 79 the previous year. What about the number of cruises? So this bar shows the number by category, the four principal categories we talk about. And you can see that they dropped from 1,786 cruises to 279. And all brand types, of course, dropped significantly, but the most significant was the big four, which we call those who have the dominant capacity in Asia: Costa, Royal Caribbean, Princess, and Star Dream. As you can see from the light blue bar, that was the biggest drop. Expedition also dropped significantly, the light blue bar at the end there, but that's because there were no cruises in 2020 from the expedition fleet. What about the share of cruises? This is a pie chart that shows the cruise shares by brand category. What's interesting about this, the upscale ships accounted for over half the cruises in 2020, of course, a lot lower base, whereas previously they'd been about a third. The others showed a significant decrease. Again, the big four, which had been almost half, were down to less than a quarter. What about ports and destinations that saw the activity in 2020? Well, of course, they reflect the limited deployment. These are the top 10 cruise destinations in Asia last year by the type of call: transit in blue, turnaround in red, and overnight calls in green. Only 6 ports had more than 30 calls last year. Although 84 ports in total had at least one call, the activity was highly concentrated. The top 3 ports, you see on the left of the chart, had almost a quarter of the total. The top 11, the entire chart, had half the calls. 2 ports led: Singapore with 11% and Keelung with 8%. This is quite a change on the past. What about the home ports, which is where the turnarounds occur? These are the top turnaround ports in 2020, those that had more than 5 departures. 2 of them accounted for half of all the turnarounds: Singapore with 27% and Keelung with 22%. And we know why, and we'll discuss that again in a minute. 5 of them accounted for 3/4 of all the turnarounds, adding Mumbai, Yokohama, and of course Shanghai, Songkou. What are the particulars of the cruise activity after March? They were for local residents only, mostly 2, 3, and 4 night cruises, cruising to nowhere or destinations within the country itself, sometimes called island hopping, staycations, and so on. There were hundreds of thousands of passengers, but almost no cases of COVID-19, thanks to the rigorous and carefully researched protocols. Hundreds of thousands of passengers. These occurred from 4 home ports in particular: Keelung, Taiwan region, Singapore, Yokohama, and Hong Kong. So let's look at the calendar for last year and this year. As you know, everything stopped in March. But things started again very soon, July, with a rolling sequence thereafter. So Keelung's saw the Explorer Dream depart at the end of July. World Dream from Singapore in early November. Quantum of the Seas from Singapore in December. Hong Kong came online, as we heard from Jeff Bench a little while ago. Genting Dream at the end of July, and the Spectrum of the Seas from early October. But this is not to forget what happened in Yokohama, where all 3 of the Japanese cruise lines were sailing as well in different batches of cruises. But not always was there full deployment. Keelung paused, for example, in May 2021 and then resumed. Singapore began at 50% occupancy, dropped to 25, back up again. And there's more deployment announced or being already occurred. So Zhaoshang Yidan, which is formerly the Viking Sun, has just begun cruising from Shenzhen, firstly doing domestic and island itineraries to Sanya. Norwegian Sun is going to go from Singapore, Hong Kong and Bangkok to Japan, Southeast Asia from January next year, so announced. Wonder of the Seas, the Oasis-class ship, the first time such a ship had ever been in Asia, was to cruise 4 to 9 nights to Japan from Shanghai and then Hong Kong. But that has now been redeployed to the Mediterranean because, as we know, these countries are largely still closed to cruising. Star Pisces had also planned a series from Penang. That's been postponed. So in summary, if you look at what happened, Asian cruise tourism is rebuilding despite the COVID crisis. 4 ships only in 2020, but 6 or 7 already this year, and 13 ships have been announced already for next year. It's an optimistic outlook. Finally, let me summarize what happened at the source markets of Asia. This is the passengers by source market over a 3-year trend. And look at these 2 numbers. So Taiwan and Singapore, that were hosts to cruises, increased shares dramatically in 2020, whereas China, which had had 51% of the market, is now down to 41%, again, because of lack of activity home ported in China ports. And the share of all Asia in 2020 can be seen in this chart. So that is a quick summary of the cruise situation, capacity, deployment, and source markets for 2020 and looking into the brief future. So now we're going to call on our 4 speakers, and our first is Dr. Q Ling. And let me now escape from this, and we've lost there we go, share screen is off, I hope. What that is oh dear. I seem to have lost the power, the Zoom call. I hope you can all still hear me. Very strange. Sorry about this. I don't know what's happening. I'll try and sort it out. But anyway, so Q Ling is the Associate Director of the Shanghai International Cruise Business Institute, as you know, and Professor of Shanghai University of Engineering Science, received one of today's cruise awards, and congratulations, Q Ling. She serves also as the Associate Editor of the Annual Report on China's Cruise Industry, the Green Book, and has published a number of academic papers on looking into cruise development in Shanghai, in particular also Greater China. So she's going to give us her insights on the mainland China market that rose quickly from 2012, growing 10 times to become the second largest source market globally in 2016, now dropped down to 7th in the year of the pandemic. And although it's still the largest in Asia. So Huan Yin, welcome, Q Ling. Over to you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the introduction. And I am happy to be joining today's online session at Acln. And I would like to talk about the development trends in China's cruise tourism market. I will be focusing on the analysis of development trends in China's cruise tourism market. First, I would like to talk about the table of contents, I will first be looking into China's cruise industry course of development. Secondly, the impact of the pandemic on Chinese cruise tourism market. And third, the new trends in China's cruise tourism recovery. And lastly, I will be talking about the new solutions for revitalizing China's cruise tourism. First, let's look into China's cruise industry, the course of development. I would like to make it brief because you all know very well. As you know, the Chinese cruise industry was born in 2006, and the first golden decade was back then, and the outbound and inbound number of passengers increased from 400,000 to 4.95 million in 2017. So in terms of the number of passengers, we can see that it was a dramatic growth. We created something out of nothing. So the average annual growth was 40 to 50%. And in 2018, Chinese cruise industry grew to become the second largest source of passengers for the global cruise industry. So we have three stages of development. First was from 2006 to 2011. The second was from 2012 to 2016, which is the rapid growth stage. And the third, the annual growth rate was 51.25%. And from 2017 until now, I believe we are in the strategic adjustment stage, and there is a overall slowdown in the growth of the industry. And because of the COVID pandemic, China's cruise tourism market went from a high-speed growth market to a high-quality and high-grade development market in 2018. So this adjustment stage started from 2018, and the number of Chinese cruise ports received 976 cruise ships and about 4.89 million tourists. And currently there are in total 15 cruise ports in use in China, and there are 8 cruise terminals. And the total investment in cruise ports has exceeded 20 billion RMB. And we have 3 major cruise port regions. The first one would be the Yangtze River Delta Cruise Port region with Shanghai as the core. The second, the Bohai Bay Cruise Port region with Shenzhen as the core. And the Southern Coastal Cruise Port region with Hong Kong, Guangzhou, Shenzhen, and Xiamen as the core. So the cruise ports have entered the stage of quality improvement. Shanghai takes up about 50% share of the Chinese cruise market. The Shanghai's cruise industry, as you know, became the most visited home port for cruises in Asia for the first time in 2014. And in 2016, Uzongku continued to rank first in China and Asia and became the 4th largest home port for international cruises in the world, with the capacity of allowing 4 ships to anchor at the same time. And also, Uzongku had received over 2,200 international cruise ships and over 14 million tourists. So in this process, what was supported by the Chinese government? In 2019 July, the Ministry of Culture and Tourism officially approved Shanghai's plan to build the first China Cruise Tourism Development Demonstration Zone on the basis of the first China Cruise Tourism Development Experimental Zone. And they have intended to create a model so that they can adopt it to other regions as well. And that is currently in progress. So resorts, shopping malls. So a complex mall or complex will be built in this zone. And not only that, because of the geopolitical advantages, Shanghai will be building 5 centers of global cruise tourism. So there will be a cruise operation center, cruise passenger center, cruise information center, cruise distribution center, and cruise R&D and design center. And next, I would like to talk about the impact of the pandemic on China's cruise tourism market. By the end of 2020, the pandemic had caused about 10.5 billion RMB in direct revenue losses in Chinese cruise ports, duty-free stores, and cruise companies in China. And according to the 2020 Asia and Chinese Cruise Economic Prosperity Index report released by SICBI, the Asia and Chinese Cruise Economic Prosperity Indexes showed a steady upward trend before the pandemic. And we can see that the cruise industry of China is shifting from the strategic adjustment stage to an extended phase of strategic adjustment, which would last for a certain period, which we don't know yet. And by the end of 2020, 13 domestic home port cruise ships had reached 512. The number of canceled voyages were 13 and reached to 512. And the loss in cruise company ticket revenues is approximately 7.49 billion RMB. And also the passenger spending on board also reduced by 2.5 billion RMB. So the overall loss would be around 10 billion RMB. However, because the government handled well and a lot of costs had been reduced, that's why the loss in berthing fees are being improved. However, some cruise liners are having still difficulties and some are even going bankrupt because of their losses. Then we should look at the impact on the cruise port operations due to the pandemic. I will try to skip this one. So I would like to look at the impact on the cruise ship construction market. The European shipbuilding companies will deliver more than 100 cruise ships in the next 8 years. And China's shipbuilders will also enter this market. And because of the successful response to the pandemic, Chinese shipbuilders now also have a window of opportunity for making breakthroughs with key technologies and developing the entire cruise industry chain. So in October 2021, China reached the milestones of completing the construction of its first large-scale cruise ship and is now entering the new stage of whole ship internal installations. So China's cruise ship construction has achieved an upturn against the backdrop of stable pandemic response at home. Next, I would like to talk about the impact on cruise companies' operations in China's cruise market. Before the pandemic, many cruise liners had allocated their luxury ships in China, and 16 cruises were located in China. And Royal Caribbean, they have located their cruise in China. However, that plan got canceled as well. And third, I would like to look at the recovery of the new trends in China's cruise tourism recovery in the Chinese market. Local builders of cruise ships entered a new era in 2018. In the past, there were private companies or private liners. However, now, a lot of competitive companies, are now entering this market. For instance, CSSC, Carnival Cruise Shipping, for instance, they delivered the Atlantic cruise ship in 2020, and also they have also delivered the second Mediterranean cruise ship in 2021, and it also has plans to have 8 to 10 large cruise ships by 2029, and will become China's largest cruise line operating internationally. And there's also China Merchants Viking Cruises. And it also seeks to set up a high-end cruise fleet that fly the 5-star red flag, with the first one of its kind, Viking Sun, having started operations as scheduled. And now I'd like to talk about the overall efforts to advance the cruise industry chain. China is gradually forming a whole industry chain that covers cruise ship design and concentration. And we have a lot of new outcomes. And we have entered a new stage. The home port of China, for instance, until 2020, the Valencia, they will start to have China as the home port. And also another cruise liner plans to operate China as the home port. And also the Viking cruise plans to enter the market as well. So overall, the cruise liners it seems like the pace of the cruise liners reopening their business is getting faster. As of November 2021, the number of global cruise ships resuming operations increased to 230, and the total number of cruise passengers exceeded 390,000, which is an increase for 9 consecutive months. So more and more cruise liners are opening their business again, and by the end of 2022, the overall recovery is expected to increase to more than 90%. The Chinese cruise industry, along with such trends, is following suit. Especially, it's the Acln cruise, which will be also launched in the market. It will be a non-destination cruise, and also the river cruise is also in preparation. Fourth, I will be looking into the new solutions for revitalizing China's cruise tourism. First, I would like to look into the domestic cruise tourism market. So we are strictly controlling the pandemic situation in China, and also at the same time, we will be preparing a protocol or a safety protocol so that we can increase the vaccination rate, and so that the passengers who want to be on board, they need to be vaccinated. And based on those measures, the Liver Cruise and the Yoni Cruise will be launched. And second, we will not only focus on the cruise tourism industry, but we also want to expand the global cruise ship construction chain. The construction industry does not have much supply, and that's why in order to construct the cruise liners, or in order to construct large-scale cruise, we need to have localized resources so that we can have a stable construction industry going on. And thirdly, I would like to talk about establishing a cruise emergency assessment and contingency plan system. So we want to have we have an emergency assessment system established from So now I would like to talk about the increasing support for post-pandemic recovery of cruise tourism industry. So we would like to reduce tax and fee, and we would also like to support with financial sector, and also there should be government funding support, and we should establish communities for market recovery by having associations so that we can mutually help each other to overcome the situation. And lastly, I would like to talk about it's already been 100 years since the cruise industry has been established, and we are still strong and we are still going. And what is important in the global cruise market is to have promising emerging markets in the world, and we should have potential. And we are strong in overcoming the pandemic, And we should recover the demand for the global cruise tourism. And if we do that, and we will be gathering pace in helping the tourism market as well. I believe that we have bright prospects for the future. Thank you very much. That will be the end of my presentation.
네, 감사합니다. 정말 많은 내용을 다뤄주셨고 또 중국에서 어떤 성장이 있었는지 그 다음에 팬데믹으로 인한 영향과 또 어떤 회복 그리고 또 유용한 해결책에 대해서 말씀을 해주셨는데요. 예, 두 번째 그 발표자를 소개하도록 하겠습니다. 롯데 관광개발의 백현 사장님이신데요. 한국에서 크루즈 산업을 이끄는 데 있어서 중요한 역할을 해주셨습니다. 그리고 또 한국 개발에 있어서도 많은 기여를 한 걸로 알고 있는데요. 한국에서 크루즈선이 운항될 수 있도록 해주셨고
I think we could say that he is the most knowledgeable leader in Korean cruise, and we're privileged to once again welcome Acln. Over to you, Dr. Harry Beck.
네, 안녕하세요.
그 테드 보름이 회장님하고
Thank you for the presentations, Xiu Ling and Ted Blummy. And today I would like to talk about the past and future of the cruise trends. And the order of my presentation will be first looking into the past of the cruise tourism trends. And second, I will be looking into the post-pandemic situation of the cruise industry. We have conducted a survey, and I will be looking into those results. And in order to satisfy the needs, what should we be doing to prepare for the post-pandemic? So that shall be the order of my presentation.
이 자료는 보시다시피
As you can see, this is the material from 2019. You can see the global trend that the average age of cruise customers was 47 years old, and the average travel period was 7 days, and the most popular destination was the Caribbean, Asia, and Mediterranean. And as you all know, the Caribbean of the US is, of course, #1 destination. Asia is the second destination. It includes the demand from China, and then there's also the demand for the Mediterranean market.
네, 아시아 지역만
So when we look into the Asian regions, we can see the age range of the passengers. The Chinese cruise market is the most vitalized market, with having age groups from the 20s to the 60s and 70s. And in Taiwan, it seems like almost everyone has been on board at least once. So the whole public enjoys being on the cruise ship. Unlike China and Taiwan, in Japan, only people who are in their 60s and older, they have experience being on the cruise ship. And in Korea, people in their 40s and older, they enjoy being on the cruise ship. And this data is also affected by the overall aging of the societies. But cruise industry should be accessible to the public so that more and more people can enjoy cruise tourism. Let's look at the travel duration in Asia. In China, it would be 4 to 6 days. For Taiwan, it would be around 3 days. This is because of the home port in China. In Taiwan, when we consider
대만에서 이시가키, 그다음 미야코
the home port of Taiwan, so that would be one of the main products that they sell, and which lasts about 3 days. And unlike these two countries, In Japan, because older people enjoy cruise tourism, they prefer long-distance cruises. In Korea, because the older people are the main customers and clients, they prefer 4 to 6 days because these are the products that are mostly sold in Korea. It's not because of the needs of the customers, but because of the products that are being sold by the companies. So we are just following the global trend. So let's look into the Korean market a bit deeper. From 2018 to 2019, we can see that 60% are using cruise. In Japan, the senior citizens, they enjoy long-distance cruises. In Korea, although older people enjoy cruises, why do they only travel for only about 4 to 6 days? Why? It's because the Korean market, as you can see in these two tables, on the left side you can see the number of cruises and the number of home ports in Korea, and on the right side you can see the number of passengers. So you can see on the left side the number of cruises. We didn't have much supply of cruises. We didn't have many products, and also we didn't have many home ports in Korea. We only had 1 or 2 being operated by companies, and now it went up to 5. And on the right side you can see the graph. According to the number of supply, the travel differs. So supply creates the trend. It's a small market where the trends depend really on the supply. It's still not enough to be a customer's preference. In Korea, Lotte Tour development, starting from 2010 until 2019, for about a decade, we have operated 20, and we account for 80% of the Korean market, and that would be actually kind of the limit of this market in Korea. So what will be the after image of the cruise industry after the pandemic? We've conducted a survey. So the change of the cruise industry will probably change after the pandemic. Because of the pandemic, the cruise travel credibility plummeted because of the Diamond Princess cruise. And the silver customer base, who are actually the vulnerable ones of the pandemic, there was a rapid decrease of this base. And also, because the free sightseeing has been prohibited, only quarantine tourist areas can be allowed. And there will be a decrease in the long-term cruises. And also, international cooperation in terms of cruise health will be strengthened. For instance, the DMVGL of Germany, they are running the CIPM, which is an infection prevention certification system. Also, BV of France, they also are running a program called the BV. And Italy is also running a biosafety trust certification program. Let's look at the consumer needs after Corona. According to Deloitte Consulting, which was a survey conducted on the cruisers, safety and cleanliness will be the top priority for the customers to choose the cruise tour. If the destination was the most important factor in the past, now they will only consider safety and cleanliness as the most important factor, and they will also want to be able to do remote check-in. And they would also like to keep social distancing on board. Next, we will take a look At the consumer needs of the Korean market, we have conducted our own survey, and 1,425 people answered to this survey, and most of them have been on board at least once. And the question that we asked was, under what circumstances would you like to plan a domestic coastal cruise? And the answer was not much different from Deloitte's survey, which is COVID has to end. This means that it has to be safe to be able to travel. The trend of the cruise industry would be safety. The keyword would be safety. So in order to satisfy those needs, we need to be ready. The most important prerequisite would be to recover consumers' confidence and credibility. As we have seen in the previous surveys, they need to be sure about safety. And we need to be 100% complete in terms of quarantine preparation, because if not, then our consumers will not be able to trust us. So we have to have a reliable verification system. So we need to have a verification system, and we also should be able to communicate with the consumers as well. The terminals, cruise liners, the travel agencies, they have to all work together. I would like to look into the details and the specific roles. Let's look at the role of the cruise liners. First, they have to test the crews and the passengers. If anyone has any symptoms, I believe that most of the cruise lines are doing this already. And on board, there should be physical distancing, which should be at least 2 meters apart from each other. And also, there should be strict management of shore excursions. And because we had too many products in the past, now we should only permit self-operated excursions and not have too many products where everything gets out of control. And they should also make sure to have fresh air circulation within the ship. Next would be the role of the cruise terminal. They should also be strictly preparing for the pandemic. I would like to skip this part. And I would like to emphasize the role of the government. I believe this is the most critical part. First, the government should set up regulations and rules, quarantine rules, and any cruise lines or terminals that pass those rules, they should be issued a certificate of quarantine confirmation, which is called the so-called K-quarantine. If they have these certificates, then the consumers will feel safe to be on board. And lastly, to develop the Korean cruise industry, we should release the cabotage system. If that is done, then we will be received or perceived as a safe industry or safe market, and more cruise lines will be willing to come to Korea and have Korea as their port. And lastly, I would like to mention about the role of the travel agencies. The travel agencies are those who are actually at the front line dealing with the customers. So they need to be able to communicate with the customers about the safety measures. And they should be the ones who are promoting all these safety-related measures and everything else. They should be doing the marketing, because post-COVID or after COVID, the cruise lines, terminals, governments, I believe that every party is interested about what will happen after the pandemic. And I believe that the cruise industry will develop. And I think the key word would be safety in order to develop this industry. Lotte Tour development starting from 2010 until 2019. For about a decade, we have been running a charter going to China, Taiwan, Russia to 5 countries. And we went to 18 cities. And we have had 45,000 passengers. However, in 2021, since the COVID pandemic, most of the travels have been suspended. But I believe that from 2022, we will be once again running our chartered cruise. So together with the cruise lines, travel agencies, governments, if they play their respective roles, I believe that the cruise industry can once again develop. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much
네,
for that fascinating insight into the past and future of cruise trains, particularly focused on Korea. You make two very powerful points. One is cabotage, which is a big issue throughout the world, but particularly in Asia. It is really preventing many ports and destinations from seeing the benefits of cruise, which we think is a shame and have said so for some time. And I also found it very interesting that you draw our attention to the fact that supply is one of the reasons that is driving the profile of passengers in Korea. A very interesting point. Now, my pleasure now to introduce Mr. Martin Lim, who's the head of Martin Travel Service Company and the new president of the International Cruise Council, Taiwan. And as such, we welcome him to talk about that market, which, as I showed at the beginning, is Asia's second largest currently and has been so since 2015. And it increased its share significantly during the COVID situation 2020. Greetings to you, Martin. Please take the floor. Martin, are you there?
Yeah.
Yes, I'm sorry.
Yeah. Sorry, everybody. Good afternoon. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Martin Lin. I'm operating the tour agency in Taiwan, and also I'm the ICCT, the chairman. But today, I want to talk about the Taiwan cruise policy, because you know the Taiwan recently, nobody get the COVID-19, so the whole island is very safe. And in the next week, our association will, through the Congress Secretariat, talking about the government. We hope that after Chinese New Year, the cruise can be sailing again, and especially for the island hopping tours. Because now the cruise also in Taiwan, but the government never opened the door. So we were through the Congress Secretary communication with the government next week. So we estimate is I think the reselling is very costly. So today we're talking about the Asia cruise because in the same time also I work at the travel agency. So we hope that in the future, I hope cruise and travel can combine together. This is a good idea. And because the Taiwan government convinced the association promoted the inbound because our Taiwan passenger, outbound percentage is very high. The outbound and the inbound cannot balance. So the government expect our association promoted the inbound from the Asia country. So now the policy, we wanted design the travel products from the India, Sri Lanka, Indonesia, and Malaysia, Singapore, Vietnam, Xiamen, and Korea and Japan. So we will design the different country passenger, different travel products. come to the Taiwan. This is the idea. So we will design the Asia the travel unit. So we will appoint each country have the representative for the ICCT member and invited maybe 3 or 4 agencies promote the Taiwan travel products, cruise products, each other. This is the idea. So we also have discussed with the government. From then on, each country, the passenger come to Taiwan, join the cruise, can get the good incentive. This is the idea. So the government is approved already. So I hope from then on, each country, the agency can join together. That means the cooperation each other. For instance, we design the group to Korea. Korea agency also can design the passenger come to the Taiwan, cooperation each other. Because now the Asia, the cruise the market booming now. I checked the result before. The Asia cruise increased a lot. North American and the Europe dropped maybe 1%. That's why we have a good future in Asia. So we make the decision, design all the Asia people working together. For instance, Korea people can do Singapore, Singapore can do Taiwan, Taiwan can do mainland China, each other for outbound. Then can let all the passenger join the cruise opportunity. This is very important. And from then on, I also can let all the participants recommend strong travel agency working together. I will wish that each country, the people, agency working together. So in Taiwan, we have a lot of resort and iron. So we have 7 harbors. We can design the different cruise, the coast. So each country promote a different itinerary. This is our idea. So also can ask all the participants can recommend key travel agency then with the ICCT cooperation together. This is a good idea, and I hope can get all participants get support. And according to Taiwan, the cruise market, the detail figure and the expectation, I will ask our special assistant Steve let everybody know the Taiwan the cruise situation. Thank you so much.
Hello everyone, good afternoon. My name is Stephen Wong and I would like to briefly introduce the information that Martin just mentioned about. Hold on just one second, let me see how I can share the document in here. Hang on just one second please. Oh yeah, it's in here. Yes. Okay, this is the brief PowerPoint information that we have designed in here. Just briefly, that's Martinez's personal profile. That's the press release that he was appointed for the ICCT chairman earlier this year. Okay. The Taiwan current status updates for COVID-19 is fortunately, we are pretty much ground zero for now, and we will resume the voyage in most likely December or earlier next year before Chinese New Year, but it's still pending on the government policies, and we're pushing all the possible ways that we could to make sure this island hopping tour will be the main focus. And now some international cruise ships have gradually resumed voyage. However, there's still some restriction on the numbers that could be on board and things like that. That will come with those SOP procedures for our customers to follow. The ICCT's major goals, allow me to introduce, is to link up the international market, promote talent cultivation program. This is also the key, the key goals and actions that needs to be taken from the government policy. Because we want to welcome all the Thailand people worldwide to come to Taiwan to join us. Strengthen the port infrastructures and to improve the related law and regulations, because as everybody is aware of, all the law enforcements that they need to be done in a proper way so that we could make sure our process and our procedure can be done in a way that we want it to be processed. And this is some figures that we presented for you for a quick view. The second tier source market in 5-year trend in passengers, 2014 until 2018. Top countries passenger volumes in 2020 for Taiwan region. The Taiwan cruise market analysis from 2018 to 2020. And this will be the things that we'd like to introduce to you guys is the routing map for Taiwan Cruise Line change. Now, as you can see, sorry this is written in Chinese, but let me translate to you. On the left-hand side, upper corner is Taipei, then followed by Taichung and Kaohsiung. On the right-hand side is Hualien, and then the Keelung. So we'll be, and plus the Kinmen and Mazu. Therefore, 5 plus 2 would be, I guess, will be 7. So 7 port that we can utilize as a island hopping tour programs, and that really can let all the passengers from overseas market to get to know the Taiwan market very well. Finally, the last one will be the conclusion update. Here, we've already developed the feasible policies and procedures to prevent such incidents, follow CDC's guidance. As everybody nowadays is all concerned and aware the safety and policies and things like that. So we have to prevent an incident to happen. Lastly, we hope the cruise line business in Asia territory can come back on track ASAP with everybody's hard efforts and everything. And our neighboring countries can open their ports and borders with sufficient vaccinations as well. We have faith that everything will be heading toward the better directions and move on. This will be our presentation today. Thank you very much. 감사합니다.
Kamsa, thank you very much, Martin, and also Stephen, and good work for keeping the first people to keep to 10 minutes length. And we are running late, but we now call on another old friend, Naohiko Yamaguchi, who leads one of Japan's 3 cruise lines, probably one of its best known, if not the best, as president of Mitsui OSK passenger line with its upscale ship Nippon Maru. He's also served as chairman, currently vice chairman of Japan Ocean-Going Passenger Ship Association. As we saw earlier, Japan has always been one of Asia's top 5 source markets, though its strength has dropped in 2020, which is hopefully a very different year for everybody and no indication of the future. So as always, Yamaguchi-san, we look forward to your insights on the Japan market. Over to you.
Thank you very much. So can I start?
I think you're on mute.
Mute. See, what's the okay.
No, Hiko-san, you're on mute, I believe.
Can you hear now?
Bottom left-hand corner of your Zoom screen is a mute-unmute button.
Now, can you hear me? Thank you.
Yes, we can hear you.
Some problems with the Zoom connection for Yamaguchi-san, I think. We see your screen, but we don't hear you. See your face anymore.
Okay. Now you can hear, right?
We can see you now, but still cannot hear you.
Actually, I opened the mic, but cannot. こっちでやるか。いません。
Sorry to interrupt, but Mr. Yamaguchi, we can hear you. In Korea, we can hear you.
Hello. Can
Hello.
you hear me?
Yes.
Hi. Sorry. Okay. Sorry to take a time. Okay. Can you hear me?
Yes,
No
I can
sound,
hear you.
Yamaguchi.
I can hear you. Please share your
Okay.
presentation file.
Okay. So let me start. Thank you for giving me a chance to speak. And we are running out of time, so I try to speed up. But today I'd like to talk about the status of Japanese market and as well as the roadmap to resume the operation. And hopefully, at the end of the speech, I try to provide the prospect of post-COVID-19. As you know, the Michiosuke passenger line is a part of the MOL group, and we are owner and operator of a Japanese cruise ship, Nippomaru. And this is our ship, Nippomaru, which is 22,000 tons for 400 passengers and 240 crew members consist of Japanese and Philippine.
Sorry, Mr. Yamaguchi, sorry for interrupting, but could you share your presentation file? Could you use the share screen function for us? We cannot see your presentation file. We know that you prepared already.
And also, at least from here, we cannot hear anything.
Oh. Thank you for sharing your presentation file.
So can I continue? Okay. どこだっけな。これ一個前戻る。So this is a situation of Japan. And as any country, we have repeated waves of infection. And worst one is the last one, starting the last August until the October. And in addition to the situation, in Japan, we have very peculiar things that we should remember. There is the beginning of the COVID-19. We have experienced Diamond Princess incident. And all Japanese customers, I mean the consumers, were really shocked to watch the TV every day, that the all Japanese TV stations, networks have broadcasted from Yokohama saying that nobody can disembark and nobody had a medicine for their chronic diseases. And so people have some severe negative perceptions or images against the cruise ships. And I think this is not yet clearly wiped out from the mind of Japanese consumers. So this is a big challenge, particularly serious in Japanese market. And actually, as you see from this, number of Japanese cruise market has dropped drastically since the 2019 to 2020, almost less than 10%. And when we look at the inbound, of course, as you recall, until the 2019, we are receiving a great number of people from all over the world, especially from China, and all Japanese local communities and the government has made an investment to welcome those people from abroad. And so they have decided to make investment in port facilities, shopping centers, and organizing welcoming events when megaship was calling at the port where it's full of inbound passengers. But again, due to this pandemic, number of callings of passenger ships to Japan has been dropped down to this level. So how we could have resumed our operation? We have spent 6 months to start. And first, government has welcomed the comments from the professionals how to start the cruise ships. This is September. And also the same day, we have issued a guideline as JOPA, and also Japanese Port and Harbors Association also released the guideline for the port and local government. And based on those, as a company, we have established the manuals to cope with the COVID, and this was certified by Class NK. And after several trial cruises, we could have started the operation in the November last year. And since then, we have carried about 7,000 passengers, but fortunately, no single incident has been reported on our ships. And during this period, of course, from time to time, we have been interrupted or paused due to the seriousness of infection. But since this autumn, we have again resumed operation, and today, both the Nippon Maru and Asuka 2 is operating in domestic waters. And this is some of the examples how we could minimize the risk of COVID. At the time of receiving, we asked all passengers to have a mandatory PCR test on the day of boarding, like this. And we have now installed the PCR test facilities on board within the vessel, so we can do it by ourselves. And of course, when the passengers are waiting, we ask them to keep the social distance. And once they get on board, we ask them to keep the social distances to avoid the crowdedness or cross-contaminations among them. So these are some of the examples of the facilities and instruments we have introduced. And especially regarding the air systems, I mean the air conditioning systems, most of the area is we circulated with fresh air, but in some areas with the recirculation systems, we have installed these kind of special tools like ionizations or UVC lighting, etc. And when it comes to the tracing or tracking of people, we have also introduced those systems using the kind of IT and using the QR code to track or keep the record of the movement of each passengers, so that we can easily find cross contacts of the suspect if some suspected case should have happened. So these are the some of the examples that we have introduced since the beginning of the pandemic. And with these countermeasures, now governments and people are gradually start understanding the cruise ships is safe. And as some people pointed out, it is also important to have strong countermeasures when they get at the destinations. We have health checks before disembarkation. We have a controlled tour arrangement. And if somebody wants to go by themselves, we have asked them to submit the tour plan. And also, when they came back to the ships, we also check before boarding. And for future, we expect gradually the market will be coming back because we have very encouraging data regarding the vaccination, and it's now reached the 78%, 75% for among all the Japanese citizens. So although the way ahead is still challenging and long, but we hope to come back to the stage of before COVID first, and then develop for the future. And at this time, our expectation is that we can start international cruise in sometime in the middle of next year. Of course, this is depending on many conditions. It's a bilateral thing, and we need to have clearance of the immigration and the quarantine. But we hope to start international cruise as soon as possible. Ted, sorry, a little bit hasty, but this is my presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Naohiko-san. Fascinating insight into what's happening in Japan and has happened in the past. So to everybody, we apologize for the technical problems we've had on this session, both in Japan and in Australia and elsewhere occasionally. So we have run way over time. It's a pity because there's some very interesting things that would be good to discuss as a panel, even if for a couple of minutes, but I feel we must close this session. And please, therefore, everybody join with me in thanking for their hard work on all of this, Naohiko Yamaguchi, Martin Lin, Dr. Harry Beck, and Dr. Q Ling. And I wish you all well and pass back to Soo-hyun.
네, 감사합니다. 테드 블라미 저장님의
Thank you, Ted Blamey. Right now, based on Korean time, it's 5:14, and I really felt that many people were eager during this session to hear the presentation. Because we are behind time, we will go straight into session 4 without a break. Thank you.
네, 오늘 마지막
Now we will begin today's last session. This is the only session where we will be having discussion, so I believe you were looking forward to it. The moderator of this session will be Dr. Jinan Liu from the Royal Caribbean Group. It's your turn, Mr. Liu.
Good afternoon. This is the last session, certainly not the least session. Unfortunately, because the previous sessions are overrun, and I'm only given the limited time that we should aim to finish this session before the Korean time 1750. So I will reduce the number of questions from 2 to 1. And this session is called the comprehensive discussion, which means that the previous session discussed things in general, talking about the prospect, talking about trends, talking about the strategy. So the last session that we should focus on the action. So what action we need to take, right? What's the takeaway from here? So the question I would like to raise is that in this session, we can compare the cruise industry to the elephant. Right? Elephant is big, right? Elephant, the cruise industry, like an elephant, they fell down, and in order to before elephant can walk and walk fast, elephant need to rise, need to get up. In Europe, the elephant already get up, and in US already get up. The Asia seems to be behind the other regions. So the Asian elephant still on the ground, and we Asians seems to be the slow burners, and we can find possible reasons for this. Maybe it's due to the political system difference, and that in which that the policymakers are responsible to the national policy rather than the citizens and the corporations. So the corporations and industry has the small voice, or because of a cultural difference that the way rate the risk the level is higher than the European, the American counterparts would do, or the people are still very patient. Right? No matter it's Japanese or Korean or Chinese and Singaporeans, they're still patient. They feel that we can take more time. We would rather sacrifice freedom, personal freedom, but for more safety. We don't know. But my question is that we are missing the strategic opportunities. Let me tell everybody a simple fact. The most of the cruise lines ships already left the region. There are only three ships are still operating in this region, which are two from Genting, World Dream and Genting Dream. I'm talking about a large resort ship. The third ship still remain in this region is a Spectrum of the Sea, the Royal Caribbean. Currently, there are only 3 large resort ships still remain in this region. And so people are sympathetic towards the industry, say, oh, you guys had a huge loss. No, we are no longer making loss here. I mean, they're no longer making loss because 2/3 of the fleet already back to service. By the spring next year, the global cruise industry will be back, right? So it is not the cruise industry still making loss. It is the region that missed the strategic opportunities. So we are very lucky to have a panel of people representing the full spectrum of the industry. And we have the people, the lady from the Princess, the director, Miss Ichikawa, representing cruise line, and we have people representing the government from a wave of Japan, Mr. Tanaka-san, and we have people from a port with a Tianjin International Cruise, the home port, General Manager Mr. Dai, and we have also the people representing the Russian port, the Vladivostok, the CEO, Mr. Nagonia. And also we have people from the travel agency, the ground handler industry, the sector, Mr. King, the president of Jeju's incentive. So I want everybody, because we only have a limited time, and I would ask each person to only have 3 minutes to talk about this question. That is, what actions as an industry we need to take? There might be 10 actions or 8 actions. I just want to say top 3 or even 1 action, right? We should take in order to catch up the cruise regions like North America and the Europe, right? What we should exactly do after the workshop and the forum. So let's lady first. Let's invite the Miss Ichikawa san from Princess Cruises and to speak on this. Over to you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Liu. Good to see you again, and all the panelists. Good to see familiar faces again. And Dr. Liu, thank you so much for the recap. We fully agree that we're missing the strategy and what are the actions we have been taking to today and what are the actions we can take already from now on. So I have 3 points to highlight. So the first point is to enhance the domestic cruise line business. So it's important for people to feel safe about the cruise. It's important for people to experience that the cruise vacation is safe. So therefore, the success of domestic cruise currently in operation is very important. So government and industry players must support the domestic cruise lines, and it will lead to the comfort for the people to cruise. So that's the first action we can take already from now. The second point is to locals to raise a voice. So home ports and destinations, we encourage you to raise voice to your local politicians, local community, the central government to bring cruise ship back to their region. So in the last 2 years, we as international cruise lines had many discussions with governments. However, we need more voices from the locals, not only from the cruise line, but we need more voices from the locals to raise voice that they need their cruise ship back to their region. And last and not least, the third point I want to introduce, we established the committee in Japan. It's called JICC. It stands for Japan International Cruise Committee. So we put this committee together in April 21 officially. So we call ourselves JICC. So who we are, we aim to play a role as a platform for the promotion and resume cruise in Japan. And who are the members? It's 9 cruise lines who has a branch office in Japan get together, or who has a representative in Japan. We get together and we participate as the regular members of this committee. So it's Costa, Princess, Cunard, Genting, Royal, MSC, Norwegian, Ponant, and Silver Sea. So we get together and we are working together with Japanese government to promote a safe and reliable cruise. So those are the actions that we have been taking in the past, and then 3 actions that we can take from now on. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Ichikawa. These are all good points. We are Asian, we are not vocal, so we need to be more vocal. And we are slow to open the border. So before the border is open, we can do the domestic cruises and the cruise to nowhere. And also we need to use organization to join us together and to make our voice louder, right? Good point. So
Thank you.
Mr. Tanaka, from a wave of Japan, what's your point? Oh.
皆さん、こんにちは。日本のクルーズ総合研究所の田中でございます。今日はこのような機会を与えていただきありがとうございました。ディスカッションということで、どのようなお題が出てくるのかということで大変心配しましたが、リュウ先生からですね、3つほどということでしたので、私
So, Mr. Chinan, you mentioned that I should be giving my answer for 3 minutes. So, first of all, I would like to say that the cruise industry, I believe that the global arena should be the playing ground for the Asian cruise industry. For instance, for Japan, the number of cruises, we only have 3 cruises that we possess. However, globally there are 350 cruises, so we have a relatively small market. And among the Japanese people, there are only about 200,000 to 300,000 people or Japanese who have been on board at least once. So it's relatively small percentage, which is about 1%. So in Japan, when we look at the cruise industry, it is a small market. So probably we are one of the least developed countries when it comes to the cruise industry. So I think we should look at the global market, the global arena, and we should foster the cruise industry so that we could target the global market. That should be the strategy to do business. And I believe that East Asian countries are in a similar situation. And the second important point would be that we have to be interlinked with each other. For international cruise, it's impossible to sell the product to only one country because we need to have we need to have cooperation across countries. So, together with neighboring countries, we need to think about how we can establish the cruise network in East Asia, and we need to form the East Asian cruise market together with the neighboring countries. So the governments should also, I believe that there is a lot of cooperation going on between governments, together with travel agencies, the cruise lines, together with all relevant stakeholders. We need to get together and we need to look at the sea, and we should become one community, and we should be interlinked with each other. And research institutions like we need to get together and do a lot of exchange and do research together. So in that regard, on 4th of December, Busan City will be in the center of holding the joint research project for the East Asian region. So we are currently having discussions about that. So together with Russia, Korea, Japan, they will be joining this forum so that we can look into the East Asian region, so that we can develop travel and tour products for this region. So we should be specifying our subjects and themes, and that we should be interlinked with each other. And lastly, my third comment would be, we need to have diversity in this region. To talk about the Japanese situation, we have 3 cruises currently in service, and all 3 cruises, they provide similar products. But Nowadays, there are cruises with a size of 200,000 berths, and there are also ships with less than 1 meter expansion, and also there are luxury cruises, resort ships as well. So within our region, I believe that there are many types of cruises appearing and emerging in this region. So we need to think about how we can diversify this area. I believe this should be an important task moving forward. So this is more like a broader level, but I was thinking about those 3 points that we should be dealing with immediately. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Natterson. I think the WAVE have a very strong the research the expertise and it is very right that we need more intelligence and also analysis to get people aligned in this industry regarding our strategic directions. And you made a point on the interdependence of different country markets, and also you emphasized the diversification, differentiation in the product. My observation is that surely the cruise industry need to diversify. I think we all try to make the effort to differentiate. Princess, the Carnival, Costa, Royal Caribbean, Genting, we all try to do. But to differentiate so that we are totally different, the different product, which is not that easy, right? Not easy. And also in this region, I don't see differentiation is the major issue. If you look at Japan, for the last 40 years, right? You look at the domestic sector, it is basically no growth, no declining. It's a very stagnated the growth, right? But if you look at the international sector, you see the growth, right? If you look at China, right? China does not have the domestic sector until recently. But over the last 15 years, it is the international cruise company drive the growth with the average growth per year over 50%, which is unprecedented. What's the reason for the growth? It's capacity driven. It is the product, when you get the product right, growth will be there. Like Japan, you see the last 15 years or 20 years or so, you see there's a growth. So I believe supply creates a demand, and international cruise company as a whole, they do provide a very strong supply, right? So, but the issue now, we need to open the market, right? Let them to play, right? So that's the thing. That's I think. So let's invite the next speaker, Mr. Dai from Tianjin, Tianjin International Cruise Home Port, which is the second largest home port in China. The sourcing market is mainly from Beijing and Tianjin and the whole North China. So what's your view, Mr. Dai? What we should do, right? We are a COVID-0 country, right? And other countries already starting to converge towards the Western approach. And Singapore already announced that they will try to live with the virus. And Japan, Hong Kong, of course, is a part of China, is already, start a cruise to nowhere. But Singapore and Hong Kong, they are very the dependence on the outside world. So they took a more active stance. That's not understandable. But in Japan, we believe they're also moving towards that direction. And hopefully the South Korea, also moving in the same direction, that from the November 1st of this month or next month, the strategy also try to live with the virus. So what should we do? I mean, in a country like China, right? The government stance is COVID-0. It looks that it's impossible for them to change this within short span of time. So what exactly we should do to speed up the result?
非常高兴啊，能够在这里通过线上和大家进行交流。那么刘博士也是我们的老朋友了，非常高兴哈。关于这个下一步的这个邮轮的这个您讲的这个发展呢，我想呢，首先呢，我们还是这个在整体的这个疫情防控的方面呢，我们今天还是这个取得了比较积极的这个。
Overall, in terms of hygiene, China made a lot of developments. So I think because we have a lot of experience in quarantine, especially in Tianjin, we have perfect quarantine measures. And already the economy of Tianjin is recovering very fast. So this is the fundamental situation. I know that there may be some adjustments required. What I think I would like to talk about 3 points. First is, as of now, the domestic economy is now carrying out qualitative growth. So GDP has exceeded 10,000 RMB. And our consumers are very interested in well-being, so they have a high demand. So this is the first point. And second point is that in the northern region of China, Tianjin port is the largest, and I think it has a great influence. And with North Korea and Japan, I think in the near future, that Tianjin port will be contributing to the growth of cruise industry. And also, third point, I would like to talk about what we can do here at Tianjin. Of course, we need to carry out a perfect quarantine protocols, and also the cruise liners as well as the association in Tianjin and other ports. We are experiencing difficult times because of the coronavirus, and because of this, I think we need some restructuring in terms of management of these ports, and also these kind of basic management should also be tended to, and also the cruise market. In order to develop the cruise market, we need to really monitor the market closely. So if we meet the conditions, as I just mentioned, I think we will quickly recover. I am very confident of the cruise market in China and the world, and I think objectively speaking, I think it will continue to grow. And after the Corona-19 is contained, I think the market will see growth.
Never lose faith in this regional market. The Asia, within the 15 years time span, grew into the third largest regional cruise market, following US and the Europe. And people have a confidence in this region. We didn't lose confidence. But the issue we talk about is very short term, right? And at the moment, I think we don't have a clarity at all for when this region will return to service. I mean, I'm talking about the full resumption of cruises between China, Japan, and Korea, right? Between China and Korea, there is still a political issue, right? The cruises have been canceled, they've been banned 4 years ago, right? After 4 years, still there is no progress. Even the government allowed the traveling, the resume between Korea and China, and between Japan and China, that the cruises can still not go to Korea. So this is the issue, right? And between the China and Japan, right? It is not only depend on China or not only depend on the Japan. It depends on both countries. Depend on both government will agree, right? And at the moment, Japan does not accept the vaccines, right? And the China may feel that Japan's protocol is too loose. Just you look at Hong Kong, between Hong Kong and mainland China. Hong Kong is already very strict in protocols, but mainland China and the Hong Kong authority cannot agree on the protocol. It will take another 4 to 5 months, but at least there is a pathway. There is some clarity. When Hong Kong and mainland China will open. But regarding between China and Korea, China and Japan, there is no clarity, not even pathway. If you look at the Australia also has a very conservative government, but there is a pathway. They said next February, under certain condition, they will open, and then we start from domestic cruises. This is not the case in China. So this is worrying. I'm not worried about in the medium term, in the long term. I'm worried about the short term, right? So this is something we need to work together to address. So we have the fourth speaker from the Russian port of Vladivostok. Although within this region, this is the only Russian port we can reach from the Japan, from Korea, from China, from other countries and regions. So this is a very invaluable destination for all of us. So let's hear what's his view on what should we do to pave the way for the resumption of the cruises in this region. Mr. Nagoni, please, over to you.
Thank you very much. Nice to meet you, all of you colleagues. So please, I want to mention that today I represent not only our Vladivostok port, but all of our Pacific Russia region and particularly Russian domestic market. So as Ms. Ichikawa told, that the key point is start from domestic markets. So I suggest to review also potential of Russian market in case that our authorities now, federal authorities, they pay a lot of attention to bring tourists from western part of Russia to eastern part of Russia, so it can be potential customer base. So there are some kind of programs to for subsidies for air flights and so on. And a very important point is that in 1980s, 1960s and 1990s in our history, Vladivostok already was very a regular port for Soviet then domestic market. So this is my first point, and it can be done both for cruises between Vladivostok, Sakhalin, and Kamchatka, and also maybe for cruises to nowhere. So the second point is I mentioned early morning that we should join our efforts at intergovernmental level, because of course I am sure that all these destination and ports in Korea and in Japan and China and other countries, we are lobbying our governments, but as we see, it's not enough. So we should join our efforts between our intergovernmental level. So I just have a message from Russian Federal Authority, who is in charge of tourism, and I already told that maybe after this ACLN meeting we will have a joint document which I will distribute to our federal authorities in charge of tourism. And the third one, of course, this is negotiations about health and safety protocols, which we need to agree between destinations, home ports, and cruise lines. So this is my 3 points. Thank you.
Mr. Nagoi, thank you very much. I totally agree with you that we need to
Sorry,
join force.
I don't hear you.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Yes?
Now, yes.
Okay,
Yes.
all right. Thank you for your points. These are very good points. I share my observation on the joint force to lobby the government. We have been lobbying Chinese government for 2 years. And China was the first country to suspend cruises from the January to 2020. And China appears would be the last country to resume cruises. And after 2 years experience, let me tell you, I'm a very pessimistic. I feel the government is not lobbyable, right? At least we cannot persuade them to open the border or to changing the timing to open the border because the economic cloud within the industry is so small compared to the larger stake of the prevention and control of the pandemic. But we can be very specific on some specific issue. We work together, something can work. I'll give you an example. For instance, the being able to make a technical call on Russian port. This could be the first step for resuming the cruises, say from international cruises homeboarding from Japan. Because of cabotage law, they cannot do Japan to Japan sailing without a foreign port. But before the border is open, without a foreign port, they cannot run this Japan to Japan sailing. So they need say Vladivostok to be a port. They can choose to make a technical. So what's the current status? Is your port will allow international cruises home porting from Japan to make a technical call on your port?
So we have been involved in this issue since maybe the end of last year in the frame of the request of Costa Cruise. So and our immigration authorities, they told us at least that despite that passengers will not go ashore, they will cross border of Russian Federation. But we have order of Russian government which bans entry for foreigners in Russia via seaports. So this is our biggest issue now for resuming international cruises, and we are pushing about this order number 635 almost 1 year. Particularly to make technical calls, you said reality.
Right. So this is sort of an issue I'm talking about. Because personally, I'm a bit pessimistic about the opening border among these countries. It will take a long time, right? But the technical cruise to nowhere, domestic cruises might be relatively easier. So that we have been talking to the Japanese government, and I can share with you that the AMLIT view on this is very favorable. After 2 years the conversation, they will accommodate this need. The only thing they require, they want us to, is kind of protocol to be agreed between, say, Chinese port and Japanese port. If there is some COVID case on board, what the cruise ship will do, and we undertake that the ship will go back to China, to the home port. So this is sort of alignment of protocol I'm talking about. I'm not talking about the different countries sit down to agree to establish a protocol, the universally agreeable among the country. I'm not talking about that. This is a big project. I'm only talking about a specific issue like emergency response. I mean, Princess, the incident, the lesson we learned, it's not because the cruise ship is not safe. It is because we don't have an emergency response, the plan agreed between different stakeholders. So this is something also we need to focus on. That, for instance, if if your immigration finally agree, technical call is doable, but still between the cruise line and your port need to agree. If something happened, the cruise ship will go back to Japan, go to the Japanese ports, something like that, right? So this is something I suggest you would consider. But the immigration, you're right, is always on the very conservative side, and we need other government departments to persuade them. Thank you for your point. Do you have any response to this? Okay.
You mean I think that it should be done. You told the right thing. Maybe for particular projects. First test cruises, and it should be test for some examples.
That's right.
I think.
Yes, I mean, the cruise industry is doing this all over the world. We need to begin with the testing cruises. You can't hear me? Hello? Can you hear me now?
Yes,
No.
Yes, I can hear you. 네, 잘 들립니다.
All right. Mr. Da, can you hear me? Ichikawa-san, can you hear me?
Okay, 다.
네, 잘
Okay.
들립니다. 네, 네.
Okay.
We can hear.
Or maybe a signal issue.
Sorry.
Because this is an example we didn't get a line on the signal strength across country. Anyway,
the sound is lost.
Yeah, Mr. King from the Jeju incentive. What's your view on what we need to do to speed up?
네. 저도 세 가지 정도.
I have about 3 points as well. The regional market, I think we need to regain confidence. And also, the recovery of regional economies, the local economies, I think it is falling behind other regions. But when it does recover, I think we can fully grow the industry. And what is more important is that compared to the Western cruise market, we need to remember that it has 60 years of history, but for the past 10 years, the Asian region grew quite rapidly. And even in this situation, with a short history, we still have very low penetration in the market. As you know, the penetration rate, I think China, which composes 50% of market share, it's only 0.2% penetration rate in China. When we consider this and we compare ourselves to North America, which is about 3 to 5% penetration rate, yes, the penetration rate in Asia is very low. So in the future, I think this will add to our growth potential. And we can say that this potential exists. And up till now, we did establish a regional infrastructure for the industry, especially China's Northeast Asian cruise products increased greatly to South Korea and Japan as well. And I think this will also be another growth engine. And also in terms of destination management, relatively speaking, Asia and Northeast Asia, even up till now, there are still many regions that have been untapped. That is why we have a lot of tourism resources that we can utilize. So I think we need to keep this high level of confidence, and we should actually use this pandemic as another opportunity for our cruise industry. When looking at our cruise liners, we did see them making a lot of creative approaches, such as developing apps, and also regarding safety, a lot of training has been carried out as well. I think these kind of efforts will really be the strength in strengthening the industry. And also from an operator's perspective and as a travel agency, I think in this situation, we need to provide more detailed and sophisticated products. So we also need to have an objective perspective on whether or not required measures are being applied, and we need systems to support this. And recently, I think more people are conscious of sustainability. For example, even in South Korea, I think in terms of business management and education, there's a certification for sustainability, and this is also regarded very important. And I think this is another important change that we are seeing here. So, from a tour operator perspective, I think there are more innovations to come. And for example, these days, everyone uses smartphones. And that's why many industries are utilizing this as well. So by providing relevant apps, we can provide training without contact. And I think this can be utilized by the cruise industry. So I do believe that this will expand across our industry as well. And on the other hand, we did speak about infrastructure and using this as an opportunity. Up till now, I think we were very busy building up our port facilities, and we need to make sure if we're going on the right direction. We need to check this. As you may well know, a lot of countries in Northeast Asia, they have been building the ports in strategic terms. For example, Japan, regional cruise liners, and the government, they are jointly building cruise terminals. And Royal Caribbean, I think, completed a port. And Kagoshima will also be completing one at 2023. And MSC is cooperating with the Japanese government. So as we buy time and as we prepare for the future, we need to check whether or not South Korea also has been doing what is strategically needed for the cruise industry in terms of port facilities. South Korea is quite important in terms of geopolitical location. And of course, there were some issues with China. And yes, we should be improving them. And when there are new cruise products between China and South Korea, I think the importance of South Korea in terms of geopolitical aspect, I think we need to recheck this. And China, Shanghai was the main market in terms of cruise industry. But Tianjin, I think they will have a larger role in the future. So from Tianjin to South Korea and South Korea to Japan, I think the accessibility is quite good. So we need to think about the strategic hubs. Of course, I may be speaking too much in advance, but recently, private islands, I think this is the case in point. The private islands such as Bahamas or the islands in Caribbean, these products were developed, and I think this product is also being provided in the Pacific. So I'm looking forward to those kind of products in Asia. And yes, we are concerned about the environment, but we need to remember that these island products are very environmentally friendly these days. West Samoa, that product is actually carbon neutral. So it's a carbon neutral destination. So from that perspective, I think the west coast of South Korea, it also has a lot of appeal to tourists in that aspect. So I think we should tap into the potentials of our region. And also the third point that I would like to talk about is that I know you've talked about regional cooperation. And yes, it is very important. Recently, the market which grew quickly is the expedition cruise market. These markets, yes, they are not large, but it can also be products that can further increase the cruise market. When we look at Taiwan, I know customers are having more interest in islands, so archipelago products were provided. So Northeast Asia and Southeast Asia can be linked through the cruising products. And also likewise, South Korea, there's a lot of island as well. So, but it's not being taken advantage of well. So just to mention more about this, in Japan, if the expedition products is introduced in Japan, 7 ports will be visited in Japan. But South Korea, there's only 7 to 8 ports that can be used for this. So because these small islands in Korea are very good tourism resources, I think we need to further look into the undiscovered resources for tourism in our region. So through pandemic, I think we can use the pandemic as an opportunity to revisit what we can further do.
Thank you, Mr. Kim. Thank you, Mr. Kim. I totally agree with those general points you mentioned. And also I agree that no region has more opportunities than this region. And this region also has the more volatility than other regions. So we need to convert uncertainty into certainty for our stakeholders in order to ensure the growth in the future. And I think we are also already reaching our finishing time. I'm sorry I can't give my great panelists more time to talk about. I'm sure everybody has a lot to say, but we have to conclude this session. And basically, all panelists agree. This industry has bright future in this region. There's no doubt about it. And also we agree on all the terms about the market penetration, about the sustainability, about the cooperation, about the training, about the product differentiation, and so on. And but before the industry can go back to the previous growth trajectory, and we still need to pave the way for resuming the industry in this region. At the moment, we're already behind other regions. So there are some specific things we need to do. I hope that this Acln forum and workshop after this, that we will have a resolution publicized today after the forum. And I hope that after the meeting, we can form some kind of a working group and choose a really achievable target and objective to work on and to try to speed up the whole things. We are small. We are still a very small industry in this region, right? The government, the economic cloud, does not matter for too much for each country's government. This is the reality, and the government will not change the timing of the opening border just for the sake of the cruise industry. They will not. So we have to wait for the timing. But there are some certain other things we can do so that when government decide to open the border, we are ready. So this is why we need to work on the certain specific things we can do. So I think this is the conclusion I would like to draw at the end of this session. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, my panelists. And I hope that we will have more opportunity to talk to you and share our views. Thank you. Back to the organizer.
네, 마지막 토론을 주재해 주신 진아님.
Thank you, moderator Jin An-yu. Thank you very much for moderating this session. And lastly, we would like to invite Mr. Lim Myung-chul to hear his closing remarks. Nice to meet you, everyone. I am Im Young-chul from the Jeju Cruise Industry Association. Thank you. I would like to thank everyone who have joined us here at Acln Day today. Especially, I would like to thank every presenter and panelist for their hard work to make today's event more meaningful. The ACLN Day was supposed to be held last August. However, unfortunately, it had to be canceled due to the COVID-19 situation. The Secretariat promised to hold another event within the year. And I am happy to see you online and offline through today's hybrid event. Thank you once again for participating despite your busy schedules. For the past 2 years, the global cruise industry had to endure a hard time due to the pandemic. Now, I believe we are almost reaching the end of the tunnel. As countries start to open up and try to transition to the new normal, I believe that the cruise industry will be able to reopen soon. Let us all work together and gather our efforts in reviving the global cruise industry. I hope that we can say goodbye to the somewhat gloomy year of 2021 and embrace 2022 with hope and a bright smile. I wish you health and success. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Young-Chul Lim, for your closing remarks. Thank you, everyone. We will end the 2021 ACLN event for today. You can watch today's videos from ACLN's webpage and from the YouTube channel. We would like to ask for your continuous support and interest. We'll see you again. Thank you very much.